to run under United Opposition Coalition. Those are the words of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who spoke in Nairobi on Tuesday, a day after the High Court upheld his 2024 impeachment. Gachagua said he has been consulting leaders and supporters across the country since leaving office to strengthen his political base. He added that he will spend the next 45 days at Wamunyoro holding further talks aimed at developing a joint opposition strategy ahead of the 2027 general election.
I wish to confirm to my supporters across the country that I'm eligible to vie as a presidential candidate, and I'll be on the ballot on the 10th of August 2027 should the formula that will be agreed upon by the United Alternative Government favor me as a single presidential candidate. When I was hounded out of office in October 2024, I retreated to my village in Wamunyoro and held consultative engagements with the people of Kenya for 4 months, including men, women, millennials, Gen Zs, the clergy, lay Christians, professionals.
Tharaka Member of Parliament George Murugara has weighed in on the court ruling concerning the impeachment of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Murugara said about 95% of the 350-page judgment delivered on June 8, 2026 was correct. However, the chairperson of the National Assembly's Justice and Legal Affairs Committee disagreed with the court's finding that the Senate violated Gachagua's right to be heard by refusing to grant an adjournment.
Not many of the areas were voted, except where Senate declined to grant an adjournment to the impeached Deputy President on the day of the hearing. Even that, in my own view and as an advocate, was not correct on the part of the judges, because they interpreted the failure to grant the adjournment to mean that he was not given an opportunity to be heard. It was not a fair.
U.S. President Donald Trump has accused Iran of shooting down an American military helicopter over the Strait of Hormuz and said the United States will respond to the attack. According to the Pentagon, the two pilots on board were rescued safely by an American sea drone and were not injured. In a statement, Trump said the attack will not go unanswered, describing a U.S. response as necessary. And that's the Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. This is the People's Breakfast with me, Mung'ala Moving, and GT Muga. Today being the 10th day of June 2026, a lot is happening and a lot definitely is going to be happening. And we're going to be giving you updates on what exactly it is that I'm talking about. Also letting you know what has been trending in the last couple of hours, what is important, what you need to ignore as well. GT Muga, habari ya asubuhi?
Salama.
Uko fiti kabisa.
Mimi niko mzima nashukuru.
Unajua najuanga uko fiti the moment you walk through that door and the first thing you say or you do is you either whistle or you say Mung'ala movie. Najuanga kila kitu iko sawa. Lakini ukiingia tu hivi no whistle.
Niende nikae.
Alafu the first thing that comes out of your mouth badala ya salamu ni movie, let me ask you. Hapo najuanga either mtu amekukosea, mtu amekuibia ama mtu ako karibu kupata kichapo. So for sure leo uko sawa.
Niko sawa.
Hiyo ni good kabisa. Hata mimi niko sawa. Yesterday and I've told you this but I want the listeners to know. Yesterday I was chewing on a piece of chicken and I bit a very huge chunk of my inner mouth. Niko na uchungu huku ndani ya kinywa changu.
Yeah.
Sijui ni nani ananitaja mahali. Si mguu, sasa leo ni mdomo. Tafadhali mwenye ananitaja uacha na mimi nikome. Kama kuna mahali nimekukosea just SMS me, you can DM me, we can resolve this. You do not have to attack my body. Yeah, sindio city.
Hapana,
Mwachane na mimi, mwache kwenda kutembea kwa misitu mkinitaja. Just tell me directly where the problem is. Tuone venye tutasaidiana. Kama ni mtu wako nilichukua, uniambie tu saizi, ni apologize. Alright? Kama ni chakula yako nilikula, useme pia, nione venye ndakurudishia hiyo mchele ama ugali.
Umeleta stories za mzinga umbo hapa.
Hii historia ya kunitaja huko na Juma ulimi mara kidogo na Juma mguu, najikwa mguu kidogo sasa mtaanza kuattack nini nyingine nywele. Tafadhali sitaki kupata kipara. If there's a problem, let's talk about it amicably. All right. Wacha nikwambie nini kina celebrate today as far as the United Nations is concerned. 10th of June. Niambie, unajua watu wanamuanga wanakuanga na siku ya kila kitu. So, here we are. On the 10th of June, we celebrate International Day for Dialogue Among Civilizations. Wasn't I just talking about dialogue right now? Let's talk. Let's have let's talk about the issues. Whether it's problems or we're looking for solutions to common problems. International Day for Dialogue Among Civilizations. Ama vipi city?
Kweli kabisa.
Tafadhali tuongee. It's very good, it's very important rather to have a conversation with fellow human beings, because you never know. You might be shocked what you find out about yourself, about others, about the solutions to your problems, and so on and so forth. And just community. Kitu cha maana.
Yes.
Community hawa muongee. Yes. For example, I don't understand why North Korea and South Korea are fighting. I mean, I understand the history, but it's been how many decades now?
Blame America, blame USA.
Russia as well, yeah. But like in the city, you want to be they can't talk through their problems. These guys speak the same language, like literally.
They are the same people.
They are the same people. Some of them actually divided just like us.
As I said, blame USSR, blame America. Wao ndio walikuwa na hizi mpango zao ati wanagawanya sijui nini north na south, east na west na kadhalika. Wao ndio waleta hizo mambo.
Ndio.
And ilianza na vitu vingi, sio the arms race, mtu anataka kuona yeye anaweza kutengeneza nuclear kushinda mwenzake. At complete and total madness. Then mutually assured destruction sasa will bring peace. Nini?
Yeah.
Then someone like Trump comes along and you realize that thing is theory. Somebody can come along who doesn't care at all, and then suddenly you are facing some really genuine imminent danger. Yeah.
I've never really understood, and I've chosen North Korea and South Korea because to me that's like sielewangi kabisa. Kuna zenye naelewanga hizi conflicts za.
Why don't I take you to this continent of ours and bring you to Rwanda and Burundi?
I was gonna go there.
Same people.
Hii mambo ya M23.
Hata tusiende M23 bado. Just the countries.
Okay.
They are one people.
Wait, Rwanda and Burundi?
Yes.
Okay. You're saying they at loggerheads?
No, they're not at loggerheads. I'm saying there are two countries and there seem to be divisions, but they're the same people. And within the country, someone tell you, I'm a Hutu, I'm a Tutsi. Looking at them, you cannot tell
the difference, yes.
No. And the language is the same. Yeah.
It's not like utengia upata wa Jaluo.
No, Wakamba.
Yeah.
No.
Same people.
Same. And just, yes.
If we, so that we can, show the absurdity of the situation, imagine Makueni and Machakos.
Yes.
Alafu muna fight, yani muneka borders huko, kuna policemen with guns on either side. And you're asking, but wait, you guys are...
You're one people.
You're the same.
Chances
are you're cousins.
Now, think about it in terms of just the freedom with which, for instance, I can leave Nairobi.
Yes.
And go mpaka Kitui. And the place I pass through. Na haina shida. Now, conflict and these divisions, that's what they do. Suddenly, just leaving here to go to Thika
is a problem.
Utahitaji visa. Na ni hapa tu.
For you to go to Ruiru, you have
You upate barua kutoka wapi? We take for granted that which we have. Because predominantly we've been a country that has been at peace, we take it for granted. That we have genuinely free access to movement. You can go anywhere, honestly, as you see fit. Na haina shida. we also take it for granted.
We do. We actually do. When I also think about just currencies around the world, kuna places nasikianga for you to go and buy bread. Bread, the one that you walk with the 65 shillings to this shop here and you buy. There are places, it's either barter trade or you carry a gunia of money.
Yes, ama wilbaro kama kuna.
Yes. So I ask myself, how do people survive there on a daily?
And yet they do.
Imagine that.
And yet they do. We were discussing the subject of xenophobia.
Yes.
Okay? A tragic thing, all right? We, for the longest time in this country, have held some of the biggest refugee camps, not just on the continent, but globally. This country has a total mix of citizens of this continent in the world. Kenyans don't seem to mind. We
have fully integrated with
it is a
folks.
non-issue. It is a genuinely non-issue. They may even say, "Ayule ni fulani." End of that story. We take it for granted. What's happening in South Africa wakes you up to what other alternatives exist.
You know, where I live in Syokimau, sometimes I find, and now that you've mentioned this, it has just hit me, because yesterday, again, I was doing my rounds at the market area, and I actually met these nationals from Asia. I'm not sure, but I'm assuming they are Chinese, because we assume everyone who looks like that is Chinese. But anyway, the point is they were there. they were there.
Let's be safe and say they look Asiatic.
Okay, they are Asian, yes.
Tuachie
tu hapo. But you know, Asians, unajua Wahindi pia ni Asians, eh? But yeah, so these ones
hata Vietnamese are Asians.
Exactly.
Unajua hivyo.
Sawa. Sasa hawa watu tulipata nao kwa supermarket. So we were looking at the same products, and one of them asked me, because I was looking at the chili section, and which one do you prefer? Now asking me, which one do you prefer? Nikamwambia, I prefer this one. I find it really hot. So nikamuuliza, do you like hot stuff? Akaniambia, I like hot. But then choose this one. So he chose the nini I gave him, the choice I gave him. Another day, now this is wacha hii supermarket. Another day it was in the market. Mahali kuna nyanya na vitunguu na hizo vitu zingine paraphernalia zote. Soko, asanta. Mwingine kapata na hapo hivyo. So he was buying chili. And I told him, that one that you're choosing is not as hot unless you like mild chili. He was like, oh no, tell me which one is hotter. So I chose for him the bulb ones. They are called Scotch bonnets. I told him, those ones, my friend, if you want really hot food, choose that one. And he was like, okay, so he bought that one. We are living with these folks, my friend. We are now going to the same markets.
You see,
to hustle together.
Now, we take it for granted. Kenyans don't actually even have a problem. Not really. No.
Yeah.
Not really.
Some 2 to 3 weeks ago, I met an Indian. Naisi Wongo. I met an Indian, someone of Indian descent.
Indian.
But this one was 150% Indian. He was hawking.
Not Kenyan.
No, this is not a Kenyan Indian. Because unless and then I could be wrong, because I didn't ask him for his ID anyway. But he was like, even from the accent to everything, he was 150% Indian.
What was he doing?
He was hawking.
Hawking what?
Simu.
Okay.
Simu ya rununu, mobile phone. Yes. I think it was a Samsung. And it was a brand new one, because it was in a box, imefungwa kila kitu. And then he had a bag, so he had several of them. So he was like, will you take a phone, my brother? I told him, no, I already have one. Then he showed me several. He was like, no, I've got everything. I've got Samsung, I've got Xiaomi, I've got whatever. So he gave me that array, and I was like, no, it's okay, I'm good. But I was shocked, because I was expecting Anjoroge or a Kamau or a Otieno or a Wanjala to do that. Definitely not a Rajesh.
You see, what we're saying about Kenya, is the same in Uganda. Uganda also has a mix of very many people.
Yeah.
And they do not have issues. Right now in Rwanda, if you go there,
yes,
you will find the same coexistence exists.
Yeah.
East Africa is actually a fairly peaceful place. We have neighbors that remind us what peace is not. Okay? But by and large, Tanzania shida wakutuna ni wa Kenya, but otherwise hawana shida.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is. wote 88.
Sio Wakenya wote.
Ni kweli.
Hapana. Wako na shida na Wakenya fulani.
Nakubaliana wewe.
The mageuzi freedom fighter types. Hao wako na shida na.
Unajua watu hawajui, but this artist actually from Tanzania, Diamond Platnumz, Rayvanny, akina Mbosso. Do you know why those guys love Kenya?
No.
Because most of their music is actually consumed here. Sio kwao. Kwao wanasikizwa by the way. Hiyo nao acha tusidanganyane. Their radio stations, their TV stations, they will play their music kabisa. But here in Kenya is where their music is consumed the most as far as social media is concerned. We're talking about YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and all other platforms that you can think where streaming is done. The most streams come from Kenya. That is why those guys, even when we are fighting, you will never hear Diamond Platinum saying something about Kenya. You will never hear Rayvanny's Dream also saying something about Kenya. Kenyan artists will talk bad about Tanzanian music because anyway hawasikizangu yuko. A few will listened to in those, but you will never hear a Tanzanian ati Zuchu aseme something about Kenya. Rayvanny aseme kitu kuhusu Kenya. Zuchu tried it once. She was almost censured here in this country.
Zuchu is female?
Yes, she's a female artist. Ali notice muziki imeanza kwenda hivi chini YouTube. She had to apologize because most of where they get their revenue in terms of streams, it's here in the 254. So it is what it is. Tupite methali.
Right. We are still in the Republic of Mauritius. A hen cannot lay eggs and hatch them at the same time.
A hen cannot lay eggs and hatch them at the same time?
No, hawezi. Just like hawezi kupanda baiskeli.
Ni kweli, lakini kuna ile kukilipanda baiskeli kwa ngoma ya nani? Kuku kapanda baiskeli. But anyway, I'm trying to think of that in Nini. You know when the chicken lays its eggs, they're usually very soft. So I do not know whether they mean that you cannot hatch them because they are soft, or the purpose of the chicken is just to lay and wait for them to hatch. That means that if I translate it to how we exist as human beings, you do only what you can do and then you leave the rest. Yenye wezi fanya wachana nayo. Chia Mungu, achia nature, wachia mwingine take over. So wewe kama unaweza tengeneza kitu ifike mahali fulani, wachia wengine wa take over. Could that be a translation?
It is definitely a translation.
Bas.
It's not could. It is.
It is.
Yes.
Haya. Kama kawaida nangoja kusikia guests wetu utasemaje.
Ni muhimu.
Fanya mpaka mahali unaweza, mengine waachia wachie wenzako, kama uachie nature, uachie Mungu. Wewe wacha tu. Haya. Let's get on to radiogeneration.co.ke and see what is making headlines. And our first story here, quite interesting. Fear deepens in Mwingi as more bodies are found in suspected graves.
There are bodies which had been found in graves.
Well, let me read the story. Authorities in Mwingi Town, Kitui County, have launched an intensive investigation after several human bodies were uncovered in suspected shallow graves, turning the area into the center of a disturbing probe that has left residents alarmed and searching for answers. Detectives moved into the scene in Mwingi Town on Tuesday and sealed off the area as forensic experts began exhuming remains believed to have been buried in multiple spots within the same location. Officials indicated that the operation may expand further as suspicions grow that more bodies could still be hidden underground.
Bodies zimetoka wapi?
I think, but hold on. The investigation was triggered after a dismembered body was discovered at the site on Monday. Okay. Sorry. Prompting authorities to revisit earlier incidents linked to the same area. The latest discovery comes just weeks after two mutilated bodies, one male, one female, were found nearby with the woman's head missing, deepening concern among residents. Locals say the repeated discoveries have raised fears that victims may be killed elsewhere before being dumped in Mwingi. One resident, Maurice Kenyatta, said, "There are bodies of people who have been killed and dumped here in our town. It's like people are being murdered elsewhere and their bodies brought here." Yeah, because maybe in the area no one is reported missing. People not reporting their loved ones missing.
In Mwingi they are not.
Yes.
But that's why the suspicion that they have probably been killed
elsewhere then brought here. Yeah. So unanyonga mtu Garissa, unakuja kumzika.
Yes, because
Kitui.
The locals are not complaining.
Unaua mtu Machakos, unakuja kumzika Kitui. Unanyonga mtu Makueni, unakuja unamzika hapo. Thika pia si mbali na Kitui. Unanyonga mtu Thika, unakuja unamzika huko.
It's a bit bizarre, isn't it?
Kitui woman rep Irene Kasalo described the situation as deeply troubling and called for urgent and thorough investigations. Hey. So a few weeks ago, 2 bodies mutilated, male, female. Then Monday, another body that was discovered. It was dismembered. It was discovered there. Then now, yesterday, they found more bodies.
It's disturbing.
Very disturbing. And then when you find one, you can say, okay, this was someone who was murdered. Mtu akuja kumtupa hapa na wakasahau hiyo maneno.
You find several.
You find several.
One beheaded.
Someone has found a dumping site.
Yes, they have. And it's when the forensic fellows go there and they tell us probably how old those corpses are, how long they've been there, then we'll probably get a much clearer picture.
This is my suggestion. Every time we have someone reporting missing persons, DNA chukuliwe saa hizo.
Yes, hapo tu.
Yeah, huyo family member. So if I go and report a family member missing, they need to take my DNA. And then they keep that in their records. So that even if bodies like these ones are found weeks later, months later, or even years later, you just take their DNA and you compare against already reported folks. So that you can come and tell me, remember that person you said was missing? Tumempata. Otherwise, we'll keep on. For example, I don't know how decomposed the bodies are, but if they're decomposed beyond recognition, how will you ever know that this person was reported missing in 2014, for example?
You won't.
So they need, every time someone is reported missing, take samples, store, weka tu mahali. We need some DNA, what is it called, database. If you go report someone is missing, peana DNA as investigations
so
continue.
Lab that they were building was supposed to do that.
Yes, it was supposed to do that. We have private individuals who already have set up that kind of database here. Yes, but theirs is mainly for research, and you can also volunteer your DNA for whatever purposes that they would want to need. But we need a national one. They have something similar in the US, where they can find a body, compare it against missing persons reports, and they can trace the families of these missing people. So I don't know if we have that in Kenya. Sidhani tuko nayo.
Mimi, I have no knowledge. Yes.
Sidhani tuko nayo. MPs demand action plan to recover 21.4 million debts at Tana Athi Water Agency. Nyinyi ndio mliniambianga hapa hivi one time na guests wengine wetu tulikuwa tunaongea na wao that by the time we are budgeting, we already budget money that we have, right? And the one that we do not have, we already know where we're going to find. Well, at least we think we know where we're going to find it. Tunaikopanga.
Unapo when the Minister for Finance reads his budget statement, he tells you in your budget yetu revenue ni hii.
Yeah.
Hii shortfall tutatax sigara, tutatax nini?
Juice.
And we hope to raise this much from it. Tutatax hii namna hiyo.
Yes. Anyway, tusome ingine. Yeah, our favorite principal secretary. President Ruto reassigns principal secretaries Bitok Ololtua in executive reshuffle. Niliona history jana nikaanza kucheka. Nikakumbuka PS prof hapa hivi akisema afungi mashule. So President William Ruto has ordered a reshuffle of senior government officials, reassigning the principal secretaries in the state departments for basic education and tourism in changes that take effect immediately. The reassignments, announced on Tuesday through a presidential notification issued by the Executive Office of the President, involve Professor Julius Bitok and John Lekakeni Ololtua. who will exchange leadership roles in the two state departments. Now, according to the official communication, His Excellency the President has this afternoon sanctioned reassignments in the senior rank of the executive in the cadre of principal secretaries. So amefanywa tu shwa.
Shwa meaning mmoja ameenda wapi na mmoja ameenda wapi?
So tourism amekuja education na akaenda tourism. So PSB talk was until yesterday PS for basic education. So now
amepelekwa aende aongee na wanyama.
Ololtua sasa amekuja kwa education. So I wonder all to jina acha nisijidanganya sijui kuisema.
Break it down.
No. So acha niseme like Kenny na make more sense.
Okay.
Actually he's called John. So PS John in my opinion I'm asking, this is actually a question, not an opinion. So what exactly is he going to do? Is he going to come and undo what PSB Toka said? For example, ili maneno ya kufunga mashule.
PS John.
Yes.
PS John may be the account holder and accounting officer ya hiyo ministry. Lakini people run it here. Now hawajaenda mahali. The people immediately below the PS. The
directors.
Directors, yes, those are the people who run the administrative secretaries. Those are the people who run the ministry. So there's not, I mean, those are people who know what should be done. And they will inform him and he will know what he ought to do.
But I wonder why this reshuffle has been done now.
This one, we are Kenyans. Can we kindly speculate?
Unakumbuka
and please speculate wildly.
Unakumbuka wakati tulikuwa na shida kwa Ministry of Immigration?
Yes.
What happened? We removed PSY Education. Tukampeleka wapi? Huko kwa immigration. Now tukatoa wa immigration Professor Bitok tukamleta wapi? Kwa education. Sasa tumepata shida kwa education, tumetoa wa education tukampeleka kwa wanyama. Na tumetoa ule wa wanyama tukamleta wapi? Oh wait, tourism si kwa wanyama. Tumetoa wa
tourism kwa wanyama. What do you mean? Wildlife science is under tourism.
Oh, tourism and wildlife.
Yes.
Okay, karibu niseme watalii.
Unafikiria ni livestock.
So tumetoa mtu kwa wanyama tukaleta hapa kwa binadamu. Yes. Wanafunzi.
Yes.
Swala langu ni mbona imefanyika saizi? Is it because of these fires and the closures we are experiencing?
We can assume.
And what is PS John specifically coming to undo or do?
We will see.
Because if nothing changes after those reshuffles, then they were just that, a reshuffle.
Start by asking the question, hawa watu wawili qualifications zao, areas of specialization nini?
Hapo kwa qualification, at least Professor Bitok tunaweza sema at one point
Senator Julius
sawa.
You know alikuwa ambassador at some point. He's quite accomplished. I mean let's not demean the man and assume.
No, we're not demeaning. I'm just asking I'm just asking, now that we have done this reshuffle, what exactly is PS John coming to do? Is he coming to say sasa shule zifungwe because Professor Bitok alikuwa amesema hazitafungwa? Is he coming to bring in some new kind of energy into the ministry and perhaps things will change? I don't know. Anyway, you know what? Let's wait and see. Hii speculation mingi isaidi mtu.
The thing is this, Professor Bitok,
yes,
is a man who is well versed in understanding business management. In fact, his PhD was in that particular area.
Business management.
Yes, his first degree was in economics up at University of Nairobi. Okay, masters again, business. So it is not that he does not understand management, he does.
Yes.
Education, iko na mambo mengi. So brother mwingine,
yes,
tutaona.
Acha tuone.
What I found sometimes, I don't judge people before I've seen them take hold of the seat and settle in, for the simple reason that I've seen too many surprises. Somebody who doesn't look like they can do the job and then they proceed to do a wonderful job. And some whom you thought would do a wonderful job go and perform dismally. So
yeah,
they've been, the person who gave them the job knows why he's switching them.
Yeah.
So tungoje tuone.
Tutangoja tuone, but I have a feeling tutaona matokeo before the end of this week. PS John ataingia, aangalia situation, and I know by Friday, leo ni Wednesday, Friday tutasikia kitu. Wacha tuangalie kitu inaitwa traffic situation hapa katika barabara zetu za Nairobi na zile za Mombasa. tujue ni nani anasonga, ni nani hasongi, nani amekwama na nani angependa kukwamuliwa. So now here's the thing. Ngong Road not looking bad at this particular hour. Things are moving quite well, and it's only 6:31. So I can only assume that things are gonna get worse with every passing minute. But for now, Agwing Skodek, mko sawa. Dennis Sprit, Cotton Avenue, Kikambala Road. Kuna place inaitwa Suguta huko Nairobi. Sawa.
Wewe unakumbuka Suguta Valley?
Suguta Valley ndio najua mahali kuna wakati askari wengi sana walikufa. Hiyo ndio najua. Southern Bypass, as you're approaching Langata Court huko kule National Housing Commission Langata, hapo kuna shida kidogo. There's a huge stretch of traffic, and I wonder why this is so. And this is on the bypass. Could there be some kind of accident there? And this is the first time I'm seeing this, so I don't know what's happening. It is stretching all the way from Lifespring Christian Academy, heading towards pale ukielekea Desert Rose Apartments na huko pale SK Church of the Good Shepherd in Langara. Huko ndio kuna traffic situation. Why are we seeing this? Anyway, Langata Road yenyewe is not looking bad. Actually, it's moving nywe. If you can avoid the bypass and use Langata Road, you might actually make it to the CBD faster.
Why the bypass? When the bypass is busy.
Yes, so the bypass is one that has traffic, and it's actually a maroon line that indicates zero movement. No. It's red, so that means it's not moving at all.
I thought the bypass is where traffic moves easily.
Exactly. So I wonder why this, and it's a very long stretch, So I would advise you to avoid it if you can, because clearly this is going to stop you there for a long time. But this is if you're coming from sides Ngong, ukielekea sides za Mombasa Road. So the other side of the road, vice versa, ina move vizuri. Sawa sawa? Aya. Then sasa hapa kuna situation hapa kwa hakuna situation. Nimekwambia Langata Road is moving quite well. If you're heading towards Magadi Road, that is sehemu za Ongata Rongai, you guys are moving quite well. Now, if I look at the CBD is actually looking good. Ndio mnaingia towni, karibuni tena sana. Then the other problem is, and this one actually is major. Unaona pale Pangani, the traffic is stretching all the way back to, oh my goodness, what's not happening, to Garden City Mall. Kawaida inaanzianga survey, but today it's going all the way back to Garden City Mall. And when I say it's going back, I mean like it's going back. It's not even moving. Here you're gonna have a major delay. I remember the government said they're gonna build a bypass on this stretch. Itawasaidia sana ikikuja bypass, not a bypass, expressway, sorry. Itawasaidia sana. Then now we go back again, barabara inafunguka hadi wapi? Hadi Kenyatta University, hadi Ruiru, hadi Juja, mko sawa after that. But yes, as you're approaching Garden City Mall, is bad. If I look at Eastlands, this is Embakasi mko sawa. Embakasi tunaangalia sehemu za Embakasi, hiyo barabara yote iko sawa. Especially if you're heading towards where? Airport North Road. You guys are moving quite well. Then lastly, let me check Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road iko fiti. Then I follow it all the way to Mombasa County. Now Mombasa County, there is absolutely nothing in terms of a snarl up. Traffic is looking good. Majority of the places are green, and the others small spots of yellow, because hizo I can tell for sure hiyo ni matatu. Like if you see something I need to know about, well, you know where to find me.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Let's check out the newspapers, and I will start with the Star. The Star front page says opposition and lawyers poke holes in Rigathi ouster verdict. So the opposition and lawyers, and by lawyers they mean LSK. Lawyers hapa wamekuja wamepoke holes in Rigathi ouster verdict. I was actually reading something by Faith Odhiambo, former LSK president, and she was like, how can you say that the nini wasn't fair, then you give the guy 50 million, you award him 50 million rather, then you go ahead and say the impeachment stands?
Yes, why not?
You know, she was saying that even at mtoto wa shule, even a toddler.
Actually, one should disagree. You see,
Yeah.
that is what they said at the end of it. When they explained the thinking process and why they arrived at what they did, took a bit of time.
Hours.
there was a lot that was said regarding that particular case. The focus on the law, on lawyers and people who want to talk about this matter is on that conclusion. Sasa, mimi si lawyer, okay? What I know is the one thing that I once asked the Chief Justice, Martha Koome.
Yes.
It's a matter of impeachment, madam. You know, in Asumbuaga. She told me, once you're impeached, you're impeached. Period. I said, impeached. She said, you're impeached.
Even if you were impeached wrongly.
You're impeached. So, if I were to follow that logic, then it stands to reason they may say, folks, yes, this
makosa ilifanyika.
Hiyo tunajua, and we can even see it. And what we can do is give you 50 million, but hatuwezi kuoverturn kitu. Wewe mzee, endelea tu kuwa impeached. So, I remember the discussion we were having yesterday, and I opined that these matters excite me because I then get to hear and understand how the law is perceived and how it works. This is good. These arguments that are now being put across, and these are all legal minds. I'm sure others will come up with something even more interesting. There are those who are opposing. I am certain there are people who are going to come and defend this, and they're going to give their point of view. And the thing about lawyers is, when each of them present their cases, each is as convincing as the other.
It makes sense mbaya sana.
Yes, unasema ndio hii. How watu walifanya nini? Another one comes and says, actually, these guys had a point. So, let the games begin. Yes. Or should I say, let the games continue?
It's like this issue of being caught pants down. If you're caught pants down, you're caught pants. Like, you can try and to tear yourself around it and say, but no, you see, the belt was loose.
No. In fact,
someone grabbed my pants as I was walking.
In fact, the waist was larger. I lost weight.
Bro,
it's down.
Pants are down. You're naked.
And you're.
So
you're in sawa too?
Yes.
In fact, the reason why they are down, I realized I was wearing my green boxers. But actually, I had planned to wear the blue boxers. You're sawa.
They are down.
Lakini unajua nini? Tunaelekea Court of Appeal. Tungoje hapo. Then tukitoka hapo tutaenda Supreme. Tungoje tu.
But siti ukiona lawyers kama kina Faith wakisema hii kitu bana, it makes sense. Pia current President Kanjama also saying bwana, senior counsel Abdullahi Abnasir akisema it's not making sense, na wale wengine wengi wameongeza sauti yao pale.
Paul, I am not a lawyer. I can't even begin to claim that I understand beyond what I read and what I hear. I am merely saying that this is the thing about this thing we refer to as the law.
Hata Miguna akasema, bro, I don't like this guy, but that judgment, that ruling.
And I am saying that when somebody comes up to defend that judgment, you will be amazed and say, enyewe, wale watu hawakuangalia hii. These are lawyers.
Na jana tulikuwa na senior counsel Lumumba, nikasahau kumuuliza hiyo swali. How could I forget?
As far as I'm concerned, how is it then that every time there is an issue in the country, there are lawyers who represent one side and those who represent the other? And me as a citizen, in my mind, I'm saying, jamaa nataka nafungwe. Lakini in my mind, inafaa fungwe. But both of them go to court.
And they argue out.
They argue it out, and everyone presents. And by the way, they use the same laws. They quote statutes.
They don't bring anything from us.
No, and they quote precedents, and they say, this thing of impeachment, we're going to understand it better now. This matter, it's with greater clarity. Ini mzuri. That is if we're just discussing the law. If we bring politics into it,
how do we determine something is, there's justice, and
you don't get justice in a court of law. No, you don't. That's not where you get justice.
Where do you get it? In the streets?
No. No. The person who wins your case is the person who is able to present their side of that particular story and is able to provide evidence to support their side and argue it out in a manner that is convincing. So judgment is then given. the person who wins the case may actually be the one who is in the wrong. So the person who is in the right will not get justice. The law has very little to do with justice. You get justice at the point where you are able to actually present your case. It is justice in that you have an equal right. You have that permission to be able to say, I was wronged here, nataka tufanye A, B, C, D.
So if, for example, if you commit murder and then the case is whatever adjudicated and then they decide huyu ni wa kunyongwa, the family of the person, of the victim that you killed might say, okay, our person is gone, but at least this person doesn't get to enjoy life beyond the life that he took. So to them they might say that is justice. They might say that okay, fine, at least mtu wetu alienda, lakini huyu hata kubaliwa kuenjoy life yake, pia ya ameenda. But is it fair?
You see, you don't determine right and wrong in a court of law. Not really. What the court of law does for you is makes you understand how the law works and how it favors those who are able to present their case in the most convincing way. I'm repeating myself here.
Yeah.
Okay? And usually these are people who are very well trained and have very good legal minds, and they understand the law and they know exactly how to apply it. Okay? That is why in some tricky cases you'll find, like this one here, if it were me, I would have gone and sought a legal opinion on this one. Look for people who understand the Constitution. Go to constitutional law and say, please, I want a legal opinion on this thing. How exactly do we adjudicate something of this sort that has to do with an impeachment?
Let me ask you something as we move on. Is it possible for such a case to have an out-of-court agreement in this way? It might not be legal, but in this way. When they msikizane na koti, you as Rigathi Gachagua, you say, look, you know what, even this 50 million, I don't want. Yes? All I need, and I don't even want the vice presidency back, the deputy presidency back, the office I don't want. We put it in writing. Then I say, all I want is for this impeachment motion to be overturned. I just want to be allowed an opportunity in the future to run for office and regain what I might have lost. Mimi nataka lawyer atuambia if that is something that is possible. Asema hii 50 million nataka kunipatia, forget. Hizi stories zingine za siji, I don't even want that office. It already has someone who's there. I don't want it. Put it in writing. I don't. I just need these folks who told me that I cannot work in government again as a deputy president, as a president. That is what I want overturned. Mkitoa hiyo, we are good to go. Mimi nirudi kwa debe, ningangane kama wanaume wengine na wanawake wengine.
You know, if you listen to the arguments that then arrive at the conclusion that there was a miscarriage of justice where the immediate former deputy president is concerned.
Yes.
They more or less pin it on the argument that you're presenting. And this guy was unwell. Decisions were being made in his absence. And he is the one, he is the one who was in the dock, so to speak. And he was his chief witness, so to speak.
Yes. So he never got a chance.
Yes.
To present
the opportunity to present. Number one. Number
critical
two,
evidence. Yes.
Number two, there was ample time, as the court had ruled. It wasn't as though it had to be done in a day. There was a week in which this thing could have been done, so he could have been given time to get well.
Apone na akuje.
Yes, precisely. You see?
Mukaharakisha hii kitu.
Waliharakisha hiyo kitu. And the argument is, in so doing, you denied him his rights. Now you see, the court can do that because now the court is talking about fairness. Okay? Not right and wrong.
Yes, fairness.
Fairness. You have a right as a citizen to be heard. You have a right to present your own case. You have a right to defend yourself. That right was denied. See? But now, when you come to just, you know, now umeingia real pingine sasa.
Nilikuwa nauliza what is just, what is fair.
You see, just, what is right, what is fair, you are skirting now on the borders of what is ethical, what is morally right. See? Now, that's the balance. And I'm telling you, the law doesn't do that job. Hiyo si kazi ya the law. Hiyo si kazi yake. They look at the law and they look at what the law presents, what it has, and they look at that case based on what the law has to say about it.
Ama watu wanaogopa wakisema okay fine, the impeachment ni nini, hiyo tumetoa, tumetupilia mbali. Then now he comes and says, so what is that guy doing in my office?
Wacha nikwambie kitu. You want to make sure that you are not impeached. Once you're impeached, uko na shida. And the impeachment happens in the Senate. Jamaa wa county kwa mfano ambao wanataka kama governor, wao
wanakuanga washamaliza huyu mtu.
No, on their wao wanasema wataki huyu mtu, but they don't have the final say. The final say is in the Senate. Yes. Once the Senate decides, haki umeenda.
It's over, it's a wrap.
Umeenda. Sasa hii ingine tunadiscuss hapa ni sawa tu. Okay? Now, we are now talking, we've gone beyond fairness, and we're saying, was it really right for them not to have given this man an opportunity to have said his piece? Okay? Now we've gone into ethics, and we've gone into morality. But ile ingine, sheria inasema hii na hii na hii, lakini unajua kwa ufupi wazee, he's impeached. So, if I may use your term, Paul,
yes,
it's a rap.
It's a rap like Moi.
Yes.
If right to fair trial is infringed, you set aside the hearing. Hi. Big read inside the plan to turn around Kenya Airways. This story is on page 14 to 15.
Ebu jump that story to ending it. This story is tiring. Just read something else, please.
More than 70 schools closed, students sent home following unrest. Haya. Ndio maana Bitok na John wamefanya ile.
Well, there is the argument, but then please tuende pole pole kwa sababu tourism iko na shida. And it's a big one. There's some 70 or so acres hapa animal orphanage, which we are being told has been sliced off for something or the other. Okay?
Yes.
And we're being told the orphanage is being moved.
The orphanage is moving there to the 76 acres.
Mimi, as far as I'm concerned, I'm asking the question. See, why must everything become contentious? Why must it be something that we are now dealing with from an adversarial point of view and a combative point of view, when it could have been explained so that we understand why it's being done?
Mimi nashukuru wa Kenya for being adversarial, because isingalikuwa ni hiyo, this country could have been auctioned a long time ago.
Si wa Kenya, I am saying, si serikali wasemagi hizi vitu na mapema.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Sisemi ya kwamba what the citizens that no, the citizens are spot on.
Yes.
I'm simply saying, why does the government have to wait? Because the citizens will definitely jump on this thing. And they'll go ham and tongs at it. That's for sure. I'm saying, si lazima ifike hapo.
Me, when I heard orphanages moving, I was like, good stuff. So they're taking it to a bigger place. Okay. Then someone asked, hiyo shamba ingine mwenda kufanya nini? Then I was like, bedhe wanda kufanya nini? Then the next thing someone asked, why can't we have two orphanages? And I'm thinking, yeah, why can't we? Until someone said, hapo kuna kitu nataka kujenga. Remember we had a conversation here with Greenbelt movement the other day. Bro, I am glad we have citizens who actually look at things with a third, fourth and seventh eye.
If it wasn't for someone like Wangari Maathai, you know, most of our forested areas would have gone by now.
Hata Uhuru Park ingekuwa.
Oh, that one was already gone. So they wanted to build a KANU headquarters bang in the middle of it. How many open spaces that are meant for the citizenry zilienda?
Jivanji ingekuwa gone.
There are citizens of this particular country,
yes,
who have such a voracious appetite for things which don't belong to them, okay, that given the slightest opportunity, the Kenyan public didn't start by being this way. No. The Kenyan public has learned that this is the only way you deal with certain things.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm glad we have those people. Ruto overseas trips bring in billions in investment, says spokesman Hussein. You remember I was asking this question, and I'm glad he has clarified, but now I want to see the billions. President William Ruto's administration has mounted a fresh defense of his frequent overseas trips, saying they are delivering billions of shillings in investment commitments. I can commit to marry, but I won't marry. Ruto's spokesperson Hussein Mohammed said the visits have expanded export markets and new economic opportunities. He said the visits are part of a broader economic diplomacy strategy aimed at attracting investment, creating jobs and driving economic growth. This is what reminds me of my very good lecturer, Dr. Isaac Mutweri. Dr. Isaac will look at this statement and tell you, justify. Stop giving sweeping statements because, sawa, umesema it has expanded export markets. Which ones? Tell us which exact market that has been brought in here, or the one that we have been exposed
and the investment,
to.
Tell us specifically in which area
Yes.
that investment is in, and the entity that is bringing that investment. Tell us exactly what it is.
New economic opportunities. Hapa atakuwekea kwanza a very huge dialogue box na kwambie explain, expound, and you have got to give us good examples, tangible ones with citations and references. You just don't say it, ameleta kuku, hizo kuku ziko wapi? Tunataka kuziona.
Unajuaje ni kuku?
Kenyans push for strict penalties in importation of bombs and tear gas. Your story on page 8. City, over to you.
Ex-Scan Group CEO fails to oust board with small investor push. Okay, hiyo tuseme as they say in Kenya imeenda. How retail banking propelled I&M past NCBA on asset basis. This one I will read.
Yes.
I&M Group has now overtaken NCBA Group in total assets, signaling a shift in Kenya's banking pecking order, rather, driven by the former's aggressive push into retail banking. NCBA wana yes,
Lakini I&M wame.
that is the point.
No, I&M
NCBA are the ones who took on KCB first. KCB was undisputed king.
Yes.
NCBA wakakuja vup.
Yeah. I&M.
Nongoja kidogo. Before nimewacha nyingine which actually did the VUM first. Inaitwa Equity.
Okay.
Equity ilikuja na VUM. Sasa inaonekana
I&M
wanakuja pia na VUM.
kuna kitu wanajua wengine hawajui.
Wanakuja na VUM. Sawa. Waendelee tu kuwa na VUM. Rising T-bill rates raise cost of borrowing for companies. Okay. Sasa hiyo ni straightforward. Watu ambao wanaboro wajue T-bills imefanya ABCD. However, Iran war forces CBK to hold key lending rate for some second time. Okay? Meaning haja move. Lending rate ikisonga unajua hata wewe utaumia.
Yes, it is at 8.7.
Nafikiria 8.75. Yes. Sawa. Vodacom Kenya deal on Safaricom CEO revealed. South Africa firm to pick telco giant next boss. Let me just read it. South Africa's Vodacom will determine Safaricom's next CEO if it acquires a majority stake in the telecom by purchasing the Kenyan government's 15% stake. So,
Kwani Peter Ndego amemaliza nafasi yake huko?
Bado.
Oh, but when the time comes, they will decide.
When the time comes, watamwambia iko hivi na iko hivi na iko.
It better be a Kenyan.
Daily Nation. Daily Nation. Congestion, hunger, peer pressure, the troubles in our public schools. A wave of student unrest across the country has left schools counting losses, families mourning deaths, and education stakeholders warning of deeper crises. Hiyo ni ukweli wa mambo. Gachagua defiant. Democracy for Citizens Party leader rejects 50 million award, terming it as an insult. Former Deputy Rigathi Gachagua has vowed to fight the High Court decision that upheld his impeachment, even as he announced a 45-day political conclave starting next week to come up with a single opposition candidate to face President William Ruto in the 2027 polls. So, also inside, what ruling means for Rigiji and his allies in the opposition. More pains for patients as SHA system outage enters day 4. The Social Health Authority platform went down on Sunday. And with it, the promise that no Kenyan would be denied care because of their inability to pay.
Yeah, you're right. I actually received a message here from a patient who is currently at Kenyatta. They have spent the entire night at Kenyatta because the systems were down. They were unable to, be logged in and all that, whatever it is that they do. And they had to pay about 5,500 shillings because SHA couldn't cover those costs.
Okay. Hiyo ni sawa.
Si sawa, it's bad.
Hiyo ni sawa in the sense that nimesikia na ni sawa kwa sababu that is the truth.
Yeah.
Absurdity is the title, the headlines in the Standard. And they're saying the High Court judgment that upheld Rigathi Gachagwa's impeachment while awarding him 50 million for violation of his right to a fair hearing has triggered legal firestorms, pitting some of Kenya's prominent lawyers against the judiciary. The age-old maxim that justice must not only be done but must also be seen to be done has taken center stage, with legal minds firing on all cylinders, terming it absurd, dangerous, and a constitutional contradiction. They warn it could weaken protections for fundamental rights and embolden future abuses of power. It has also ignited a debate on whether constitutional violations can be compensated with cash while the tainted outcome remains intact. So, and the debate goes on.
Let me give a few shout-outs here before we get into the news. Douglas Kibogong says, morning RG, morning to you too Douglas. Robert Bogo, good morning from Mombasa. Unajua nilikwambia za my take lazima niangaliange before niziseme.
Na unasoma kwanza.
We wacha kwa ameandika nyingi, wacha niangalie hizo baadaye. But my take 2.0, how are you doing? Hope everything is good. Luis Rudasingo amesema good morning. Alafu tuko naye Brailis amesema good morning CT and Paul. Indeed the law has no right to justice. This is true. It's all about how to present legal view of how the law works. Very deep conversations here. Yes, you're right Brailis. Kenyan revolutionary. Even if anajita, he is a revolutionary.
Yes.
Anasema CT is misleading. Even if ameanza. The court shouldn't rule based on how well one argues his or her position. The court should rule according to material evidence, facts, and the application of the law and its interpretation as it relates to the case. I guess you guys were saying more or less the same thing. Anyway, so that is what Kenyan Revolution is saying. Peter Otieno amesema good morning. Justice is just fulcrum, balancing of load, which is the law, and effort, elected, and avoiding a broken beam, people or the nation. And then we have Danson Kenya saying good morning City and Buvi. Good morning to you too. It's absurdity of absurdity, voodoo justice. Hivyo ndivyo Danson Kenya ameita.
Well, this is the beauty of having an opinion and having the freedom to express it.
Yes. So that is where we're going to come to a stop as far as the first part of the morning is concerned. Let's get into the news with Winnie Maganga. Then when we return, of course, we shall be telling you who we are hosting. Actually, I can just let you know who we are hosting right now. Na anakuja hot. He's a lawyer. He's going to be talking about some of these issues that we are looking at in this particular week and part of what happened over the weekend as well. So don't go too far. We will be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The family of Desmond Kiago, a Nakuru businessman who died a week ago after allegedly being assaulted by a bouncer, is demanding justice. The 32-year-old who worked as a manager at a local firm is reported to have been involved in a brief altercation with a bouncer at a neighboring entertainment joint before he was allegedly attacked. Kiago later succumbed to his injuries, and his family is now calling for those responsible to be held accountable.
Akaona the bouncer wa the other side anabishana na wafanyikazi hapa kwa sababu ya jia. Akaamka akaenda akapata huyo jamaa sasa, akamuuliza shida ni nini kwa upole mwingi sana. Sasa kumuuliza shida ni nini, huyo akamwamkia. Akamwambia sasa hii mahali hakuna kiti kingine itapangwa hapa, afadhali mimi nikufe. Akileta kiti ya pili, ule jamaa bouncer akamsukuma. Desmond akaangukia kwa mesa ya watu. So kuamuka ndio huyu kijana alichukua kisu na kumduga mguu. Tukiwa kwa Biras tunaenda anti mguu kisu inaweza niwa na mimi namwambia huwezi kufa. Sisi ile kitu tunaomba ni justice ya Desmond. Mko na uchungu because huyo mtoto ndiye alikuwa amesimamilia kwao, mama yake ndio mnaona hawezi hata kuongea.
Scrap metal dealers in Kenya have welcomed proposed tax changes in the Finance Bill 2026, saying they could make it easier to do business and help grow the recycling sector. The dealers have praised plans to introduce a withholding tax and remove VAT on scrap metal transactions, saying the measures could reduce the tax burden and improve compliance within the industry.
What we have in the current Finance Bill 2026 is to an advantage to the scrap metal industry, and we want to encourage it. Our recommendation is to strengthen formalization and reduce tax compliance risk. Qualifying scrap metal transactions could be exempted from VAT and brought under a fair final tax regime that more accurately reflects the economics of the market while supporting compliance and revenue collection.
Siaya Senator Oburu Oginga has defended the 2024 impeachment of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, insisting that the Senate acted within the Constitution throughout the process. Speaking in the Senate, Oburu argued that Gachagua's whereabouts were unclear during the impeachment proceedings, even to his own legal team. He maintained that the medical explanations presented later were an afterthought and should not be used to challenge the Senate's decision.
Say the Senate was right, and the Senate rightly impeached Gachagua according to the Constitution. We followed the Constitution and we impeached him according to the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, when we were here, all of us were here, when the lawyer himself told us that he did not know where his client was. Now, if he didn't know, then, Mr. Speaker, how could we know as a Senate? How could we know? We did not know also, Mr. Speaker.
A man accused of carrying out a deadly attack at Jewish festival in Sydney's Bondi Beach in December is now facing 19 more criminal charges. Naveed Akram had already been charged with 59 offenses, including 15 counts of murder, 40 counts of attempted murder, and committing a terrorist act. Court's records show the additional charges were filed in April and have been confirmed by authorities. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, yours from the shadow. Your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold your morning. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. How are you doing? My name is Mung'ala, and the time right now is exactly 5 minutes past 7 o'clock. There's something I'd like to play here before we get into our conversation this morning, and it is courtesy of it's a request really from our guest. Mbona najisikia huku ndani acha niite kameme. Yes. There we go. Wacha nicheze kidogo, then you will understand why we want, or rather we will play this particular song, or why we are playing it. So I'll let it play for about 30 seconds or so. Here we go. The name of the song is called Les Boucherons. I hope I've said it correctly. A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. And with us in studio is Harrison Kinyanjui. He's an advocate of the High Court. Harrison, how are you doing?
Good morning.
Why do you like that song?
Franklin Bokanka was very African conscious, and then he saw what was happening. That song, actually, if you saw the English transcript of it,
right,
it says that these people whom we vote for, I just vote for you, you get to power, and after that, you forget about me.
Yes.
Now I'm struggling. I'm gonna go cut my firewood, and get it on my back, go to my kids and struggle, and then you, on the other hand, you're living large. That is the thesis of it. Public participation. I want to participate in the life of my country.
Yes.
And they killed him. After that,
they killed this artist.
Yes, Franklin Bukaka. I mean, that was his last song.
Yeah.
Wow. Very sad.
Quite
because
sad
he was
indeed.
raising the consciousness. What are elections for? That is what the gist of his song was.
Yeah. But why does Africa have this problem whereby when people speak up and they give their thoughts, it is looked upon as though they are trying to incite or they are trying to ignite some kind of conversation or thought, and the people in power look at it as a threat and they decide to eliminate this person. Why do you think that is so? And especially here, people do it all over the world. People sing in America. They sing against their leaders. They sing against whatever it is that they believe in, or believe whatever it is that they want to pass, and they never die the same way we die here in Africa, like flies.
Very unfortunate. Three things just to answer you, and very quickly. First is at the self level, that someone is not mature enough, like in terms of, City is there. Whatever he's doing is his talent, and therefore I don't need to feel threatened.
Yes.
So if they have that self-confidence, really, I mean, you can say what you will say. I will take it up or reject it. I mean, if you're in that position of leadership and you've been elected, take it up.
Yeah.
And, of course, exercise power for the benefit of the people. At the second level is that mostly these, probably apart from a few African leaders, most of these are propped up so that the Western powers can steal, plunder, and take away African resources. So they need these sort of leaders there,
right,
who will have the pretension of leadership and wear this cloak of like, okay, I am popular, I am the one in leadership. And so when they see a genuine leader coming up who then exposes, but look, wewe ni kibaraka wa fulani. I mean, this is who you are. And they don't like it, of course they will feel threatened. The last issue is the fragmentation. The fragmentation in terms of ethnicity. That you have these ethnic groups, some of whom feel that, okay, we are entitled to leadership, and one of our own is not there. Even right now, you hear that, we want the deputy presidency. Last week, or I believe it's as late as this weekend.
Yes.
Honorable Etangula was there saying the same thing.
Yeah.
So this fragmentation and the lack of cohesive in terms of nationhood contributes, in my view,
patriotism
to that. Yes. That's very important. That's very important.
Okay.
To feel that you are Kenyan, and because you're a Kenyan, you have a stake in what's going on.
Yeah.
And so if you want to say something, it's not necessarily that, most of the time, you are interested in that position of leadership that someone is occupying, but they're exercising that power on your behalf, delegated power. And this is the thrust and the gist of leadership, that you know that I am in this fiduciary position. I owe it to the people that I lead, that I take measures or policies or whatever it is to their benefit. But how you find that then, you rightly put it, patriotism, they are lacking in that. Their interests are elsewhere. Because if they were patriotic, as Kibaki was emphasizing, have your resources here. Why do we have all these foreign accounts that are managed by foreigners for these leaders?
Yeah. Okay. We have a ritual here every morning. We share a proverb. Probably you've had you've had City actually share them. So we'll share a proverb with you, the one that is for the day, and you will tell us what exactly you think about it, your own interpretation. Okay.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Mauritius. A hen cannot lay eggs and hatch them at the same time.
Thank you. You have to give time for growth of life. Of course, the hatching is the expression of the egg coming to life, and therefore you have to be patient. You have to know. The hen, of course, will not be out there, quote unquote, wandering up and down, and has to take care of the nest. And for me, this has a pointed meaning, because we have a president. No. Again, coming to the thick skin approach. No offense meant. He's out there and about. He was in South Africa before, and he was at a prayer breakfast when there was a tragedy. I mean, you have to be there for your people. And he's gone to Belgium. The last time that a Kenyan president was in Belgium was in 1987. And guess who that was? 1987.
Moi.
And you know Belgium. Belgium actually stole from the Congo. Now he's gone to get a loan for digital money. So this is digital colonization. So the hen has to take care of the egg, the nest, so as to hatch the eggs.
Right.
And now here we have an economy that is rotten. And what was in the news? That there was a collapse of the digital system of the hospital.
Shah has had problems since Sunday.
Look at that. Look at that. Would you be outside the country, going out back and forth, and he's going to be in France, I think today, or is it tomorrow, for the G7? The G7. When Ramaphosa was supposed to be there, not him. If I were really, like that egg wanting to hatch, I would have told Ramaphosa, my brother, hey, look, you just go. If they don't want you there, they also do not want me. And I do not want to be out there as a flower girl just for tokenism.
Yeah.
But what did he do? He accepted it.
We were having this conversation yesterday actually with Professor Lumumba, and one of the things that came up was that whole issue of Africa not being united. If one of us can't be there, then none of us should be there.
Absolutely.
So if it is not good for South Africa, it shouldn't be good for Kenya, it shouldn't be good for Tanzania, and so on and so forth. And perhaps that's a conversation we shall definitely have.
Which probably, Pong and City, what I want to tie that with is what I said a little bit earlier. If you become, a prop, someone has actually propped you up there. You have been selected so that you advance some agenda. And in this case, the fragmentation of Africa. Look at what happened last month. We had the French...
Africa Forward Summit?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, and he's there wearing headphones. A president wearing headphones in his own country, listening to a foreign language in his own country, and at a meeting that he ought to be hosting. And the person that he's hosting has been rejected in the whole of Sahel. It's a shame.
Well... let's talk about the impeachment. In the previous hour, I had several questions, and you've seen them all over the papers, talking about justice and what is fair, what the courts said as far as the impeachment process, awarding DP Rigathi Gachagua, former DP Rigathi Gachagua, 50 million, but yet upholding the impeachment. There's a lot of, from a perspective of people who do not really understand the law, there's a lot of confusion because they're saying, how can you see that it was wrong? Award him 50 million, but then again go ahead and uphold that wrong. Kindly help us understand.
I can't help you. I'm sorry. I'm just as confused. You have to ask yourself, if you have this tainting of the process, unless you are blind to the Constitution, which says in Article 2.4 that any act or any omission that is constitutionally mandated, that is now outside the Constitution, is null and void. Meaning that the impeachment process, as soon as they established that Honorable Rigathi was denied the opportunity then to present his own case, the fair hearing under Article 50, sub-Article 1, the non-abrogable, you can't breach, Article 25C of the Constitution, the right to a fair trial, then they should have said the outcome thereof is null and void. Suppose you should put just one tiny drop of poison in the cup of tea or water that you have before you.
Yes.
And would you have the product then
consumable? No.
Consumable.
No.
It's not consumable. And that's what is troubling about this constitutional petition. And, judgment. We had filed a constitutional petition. And that was in October 2024. And very unfortunately, the system, the judicial system, the e-filing system, collapsed that stage, and we were never made part of the original filing, what they call the courts, and that was deliberate. This case presented one dimension of the impeachment, which no other person had, brought forth before the Constitutional Court.
All right.
Not to boast, not to be proud or anything, but we were saying, look, there was absolutely no impeachment. Mutusa's own motion was dead on arrival.
Okay.
Why? Because Standing Order number 64(5) of the National Assembly's standing orders,
Yes.
which allow the national members, the National Assembly members, then to sign their support to the impeachment motion. There were no less than 8 members of Parliament that had withdrawn their support.
Okay.
Now, that standing order says that if any person that has appended their signature to that motion withdraws their signature, then it becomes null and void.
Okay.
Now, the order paper itself, prepared by the National Assembly, once that motion is accepted, has to bear the names of everyone supporting that motion.
All right.
Now, if you withdraw from supporting that motion as stated in the order paper, then you do not have a motion to speak of. Oscar Sudi did not vote. And yet his name
is on the order paper.
Yes.
Is there a quorum that is required
for
the process that you have referred to? Because if you abrogate that entire process because somebody has withdrawn a position that they had previously taken, then are we saying that a certain number of members of Parliament need to append, or a certain number of members of the National Assembly need to support that motion for it to actually be valid?
Yes. Now, City, allow me that you read that standing order number 5. Can I read for you what it says?
Please go ahead.
Now, standing order number 64(5) of the National Assembly standing order says that upon receipt of the motion by the clerk of the National Assembly, any signature appended to the list as provided under paragraph 4 shall not be withdrawn. So if it is withdrawn, it vitiates the motion.
Does it state that exactly?
Well,
that
that's the
if it
effect.
is withdrawn, it invalidates the motion. Does it state that?
Shall is in mandatory terms.
Yes, it is.
So shall not mean that you cannot do it. So the moment you do it, you vitiate. You have breached what the provision is.
But Wakili, that now is interpretation, because shall, yes, is an absolute. Linguistically, it is so. But does the Constitution go further to explain the consequences of the withdrawal of a signature?
Now, let's go to Article 145(1) of the Constitution. Article 145(1) of the Constitution states that that motion shall be supported by a third of all the members of the National Assembly.
Yes.
Now, we have to be very clear about that, because the Constitution has used different expressions in terms of voting or the membership of the National Assembly. Let's look at Article 122(1) of the Constitution. 122(1) is the provision governing the casting of votes. Now, it says unless the Constitution otherwise provides. The voting shall be for any other business. The majority of those members present and voting. In other words, you could be 100 present and voting. You could be 200 present and voting. But when it says in Article 145(1), all the members of the National Assembly must
be present.
No, in other words, they must participate. So you'll get a third of all. So what is envisaged there, in my humble view, is that you have a list of all the members of the National Assembly. All of them. So those who are supporting...
Including the nominated ones?
Yes, all, because they are members of the National Assembly. Then you can append your signature if you want to support that motion. So they could be a third... they have to be a third of all those members. Now, in Article 145(2) of the Constitution, when now it comes to the casting of the vote, it has to be 2/3 of all the members of the National Assembly. Now, the Constitution is very circumspect when it specifies the figures of the members of the National Assembly that must cast a very serious vote. Let's look at Article 58, Subarticle 4 of the Constitution. This is the declaration of a national emergency. What happens when you have the suspension of your constitutional rights during an emergency, for whatever reason? Possibly there's an invasion. Possibly there is war. And what the framers of the Constitution term as insurrection. Now, the declaration of a national emergency means that you do not have your right, for instance, to the freedom of movement. Because of war, for instance, you cannot travel from here to Tanzania if it's along the border, if the invasion is coming from the Tanzania side.
So you're saying that the rule of law is suspended?
No, I'm using an example.
Yes.
So when you now go to Article 58(4), for that to happen, 2/3 of all, again, all the members of the National Assembly must be present to vote. Now, in this instance, Mutuse goes and presents his impeachment motion. And he knows very well the honorable member for Banisa had died. He was replaced in November 2025 through a by-election. He knew very well that the honorable member for Gwasi, Suba South now, was not there. They didn't have a representative. He knew very well that there was no one representing the Magarini people. He knew very well there was no member for National Assembly for Ugunja. Now you tell me, CT, who spoke for those people in terms of Article 145(1) and 145(2), meaning the constitutional threshold of all was never met. It was dead on arrival. Did the members of the National Assembly ask, honorable members, are we all here? Because Article 145(2) says all members must be here. Now, if we are satisfied, and we are not all here because those 4 constituencies have no representatives, honorable members, we must accept, being bound by the Constitution, whatever we will engage in will be null and void.
Let me ask you something, Wakili. I like the example you gave of an emergency. So are we saying that in the event of an emergency, 2 members of parliament are dead and a by-election hasn't been held? Are we saying that parliament can not therefore congregate to determine what it is that should be done?
Unfortunately, I'm not a framer of the Constitution. When we went about in 2010 telling people we have some lacuna, we have some gaps in the Constitution that we need to look at, I personally went about asking that question City is asking. What are we going to do? Our voices are surprised. I have no answer for you.
Well, I can tell you what happened, because the entity that had been created to shepherd us through this process was given a very short lifespan. The Constitution on the Commission on the Implementation of the Constitution was given a 5-year lifespan. How do you give a commission of that nature 5 years when you know full well that you've overhauled an entire constitution? We don't even know how it works. We haven't put it to practice. This is a vehicle that hasn't even been driven. And you've gotten rid of the person who is supposed to, or the group of people who are supposed to shepherd you through it. We were going to end up exactly where we are, asking these questions that we're asking.
You're right. Paul.
Sure.
Before you interject. City has asked a very fundamental question, and I have one that I would like to pose to the Kenyan people. Now, what if Gachagua had actually written his letter of resignation? You know what the Constitution says? That the resignation will take effect on the date indicated in that resignation letter. Now, when it's handed over. So suppose he did sign a letter of resignation and dated it the 4th of July, 2027. Suppose. That's what the Constitution says. Honorable members of the National Assembly don't want to confront that. Wouldn't he have created a constitutional crisis?
Yes, he would.
He would have, because you see, he is, quote unquote, being kicked out. Probably he got wind of that. And then he decides, I'm going to be the smart aleck here. And I will do my resignation letter. Because the Constitution does say that the Deputy President can resign. And the resignation will be when he hands over that letter to the Speaker of the National Assembly and then says that I have resigned. Effective 4th of July 2027. That's what the Constitution says. Now, would he be within the four corners of the Constitution? Yes.
Why would he hand his letter of resignation to the Speaker of the National Assembly?
No, for instance.
Oh, for instance.
Yes.
Okay.
So that then there's communication that we do not have a lacuna in the Constitution.
How many of these lacunas do we have?
Very many. But
in your estimation, about how many?
Close to about maybe 50 some.
Oh,
let me use another example. Then we'll move on. Let me use just one other example. Article 59, sub-article 2H and I, mandate the Human Rights Commission, Human and Gender Commission, to do the investigation of what the National Assembly was doing about a state officer, for instance, lacking integrity. Now, if you read Article 79 of the Constitution, the body that is tasked with the enforcement of the Chapter 6 is the EACC. Over and above that, there is the Leadership and Integrity Act, which is framed as the legislative framework for that. That is within the ambit of the EACC. So why is it that Article 59, sub-article 1H, is 2H and 2I of the Constitution, then would mandate the questioning of the integrity issues on the human rights body, the Commission? So we say we had to harmonize this. Or even this issue that cropped up in terms of the creation of the special committee to investigate the allegations against the Deputy President at the Senate. Why is the choice of the expression may and not shall? Why do you give the National Assembly, the Senate, that choice? You may have a special, a select committee, which will then investigate whatever it is the allegations are, but you have that as a mandated special committee when you come to the President. Why?
Where?
The Constitutional Court, in its judgment, has created more confusion, in my humble view, than resolved this. But let me come back to the issue of the impeachment process and why we're saying that this was dead on arrival. And I go back to that issue. When you go into the voting in the National Assembly, the voting in the National Assembly is not just saying yes. When you look at what happened on the 18th of October 2024 for the voting in of now the Deputy President.
Voting out?
The voting in of
the new Deputy President.
Yes, city. You find that no less than the leader of the majority, government business, Kimani Ichung'wah, was seen. And if you play that YouTube video for the 18th of October, you will see. And he's not at his seat. He's not at his seat. And when his name is called out, because there's a roll call, there was a failure of the electronic voting. That's recorded.
Okay.
The failure of the electronic voting. Mark you, and they are voting for this, Deputy President replacement. But it failed. Now, the standing orders of the National Assembly say that you then have to do a roll call.
Sorry.
In the event that the electronic system fails.
Yes. They have to.
They have to. Now, I'm quoting
It's in the standing orders.
Yes. Yes. And this is standing order number 73, I believe, of the National Assembly standing orders. Now, when you have to vote, let me read it for you,
Please
so
do.
that your listeners do not get it all, warped and mixed up. It says, by the way, the voting is regulated by the standing orders, and also regulated under Article 122 of the Constitution.
Okay.
So it says, unless 70, this is 70, one, unless the Speaker, for the convenience of the House, otherwise directs, voting on a division in the House shall be by electronic voting. Now, if it does fail, then you can resort to roll call, voting. And according to Standing Order number 73, stands 5, it says, when called out, each member shall thereupon rise to his or her place. That means you have to be seated at your place. But if you watch the video, it's available on YouTube, for the 18th of October, 2024.
Yes.
And I would beg Kenyans to watch that YouTube video. Or you go to the Parliament, website. That video is there. From the commencement to the conclusion of that so-called sham voting, in my view. It was wholly sham voting. So it says here that they shall thereupon rise in his or her place and declare assent or dissent to the question in the following manner. Issue Kenyeji. Don't imagine that you will be walking someplace and then you say, oh yeah. He says this. I vote yes. Or I vote no. Or I abstain. Or use appropriate Kenyan Sign Language.
Okay.
So I posit that Honorable Kindiki was never voted in on the 18th of October 2024 as a replacement deputy president because majority of those members of National Assembly, A, were not at their place, B, they were not voting in accordance with the standing order. They would say yes. So if I say Paul,
Yes.
does that mean that you agree with what I'm saying?
No, I've just responded to you
Sitting.
calling me.
The law says there, in terms of their voting, you have to say, I vote
yes,
or
I vote no,
Good.
or I abstain,
Yes.
or use sign language.
good. So the moment someone says yes, and they say that, so no less than honorable Kenyans, very good Kenyans, go and watch that YouTube video. So when the time came for Kimani Ichung'wah,
Yes.
the one who was marshalling all these people, he was not at his place, A. B, he never said, I vote yes. All he said, yes, yes, yes.
So just to understand, every member of parliament has a designated position.
Yes.
There is like Kitui Central MP has a designated position.
To avoid confusion.
So if he sits there on a day where there's voting and he sits there and votes, that vote is null and void.
It would technically be because their place is supposed to be designated to avoid confusion.
Okay.
But if you watch that video, you'll see the confusion. Everybody, sorry, not everybody, majority of those people were very haphazard.
Okay.
And in fact, when it commences, because I watched it in preparation for the court case, the Speaker of the National Assembly says, members of the House, take your place. No, says take your place. What does take your place mean?
Means sit at your designated position.
Good. No, wherever you are, find a place to be at.
Okay.
That whole confusion. Imagine, City, an issue of such significance and weight. They were so flippant about it. And then if you are to listen to that whole narration of what happened, I mean, and so they begin calling the names, and so they do not find that someone is there. They repeat the name, they don't hear. Then we don't know. We who are watching or listening, we do not know if this person has actually been voted in or no. And then you could see members walking in and out. And you hear something like, he said yes.
Okay. Just to understand, was all this presented in court?
And suppressed. This evidence is in court, but the court, the judiciary of all institutions, the one in which Kenyans have vested the constitutional power to listen and arbitrate on disputes under Article 159(1) of the Constitution, suppressed this case.
Again, let me ask, what you've just told us, the standing orders about the positioning of every member of parliament, the process of voting, how one should respond to their name being called out, all of that was presented to the 3-judge bench.
I guess when they saw it, they say, voila, this is sunk. And so they had to do everything to suppress it.
Let me ask this question now, Wakili. Explain suppress so that we understand. When you say it was suppressed, it means you presented the petition to court. And then what happened to it?
24th of October.
Yes.
24th of October.
It was presented to court.
Yes.
Electronically or physically?
Both. Okay. Now, on the 24th of October, we lodged it online. And I believe that these mandarins who are very keen on sabotaging the judicial process, when they saw what had been raised, because we had also said that, look, the swearing in of Kindiki is about to happen, and we have a crisis constitutionally and in terms of the law. Why? Because under Section 3 of the Public Holidays Act, the law says that the person who can declare a public holiday is only the cabinet secretary in charge of Interior.
Okay.
And they did not have a cabinet secretary in charge of Interior. And guess who was? As at that time?
Remind me.
Kindiki. The very person who is supposed to be ascending to be the deputy president had never ceased to be the
CS for Interior.
CS for Interior. Now, Section 3 demands of the Public Holidays Act demands that the holiday be declared by that CS for Interior. And unfortunately, these mandarins found themselves in a quandary. The conundrum was, what are we going to do? So at that time, it must be remembered, the president had gone to Rwanda for meeting for African heads of state that particular day. And so they come up with this idea that, look, why don't we, through an executive order, then appoint in an acting capacity Honorable Musalia Mudavadi.
Okay.
So in his wisdom, the president makes executive order number 5 of 2024. What he forgot, conveniently or otherwise, and I believe that these mandarins failed to check, already on the 14th of July 2024, there had been another executive order number 5. Now, you cannot have 2 executive orders in the same year which bear the same number. So by executive order number 5 of 2024, the president, who's in Rwanda, on that night purports then to appoint in an acting capacity, Paul City, the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, to be the acting cabinet secretary for Interior. Now note, he didn't carry the seal with him. Article 135 of the Constitution tells him every decision of the president must bear the seal. So we ask in these court papers, excuse me, Mr. President, where was the seal for you to seal this executive order number 5 of 2024? Again, why is it that we have a declaration of a holiday by someone who has no power, known as Mercy Wanjau? All that we put there. Which means, technically, that there was no public holiday declared for the declaration of Kindiki as a deputy president. So to you, the layman who's listening to all this, then you would get shocked. And so that's what I'm saying. Nobody else raised those issues, and it was very important for the court to decide: can you have 2 executive orders bearing the same number, executive order number 5 of 2024, which direct themselves to different, very divergent points of focus? The forking for these 2 creates confusion, because if you reference, and under the practice in any other jurisdiction where you have executive orders, for instance, we laid material before the court to show that the United States, they have this judicial precedent that executive orders must be sequential. In other words, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 of 2024, because you can now have in 2025 again executive order number 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. So here, the court just did not want to listen to that, because it was going to expose one fundamental issue. Kindiki was never sworn according to the law.
Wakili, I want to go back to the question I asked. When you submit a petition, what is the mandate of the court? What should they do with your petition ordinarily? Beyond it being received, how should they treat the petition?
Now, it depends on how you move the court. If you move the court under what we call a certificate of urgency.
This was under certificate of urgency.
It was under, yes. It was extremely urgent, in fact.
Yes.
And I'm the one who certified as urgent on behalf of my client. And I see that we have a real issue, because it must be remembered, at that time, there was a stay order. So the swearing in.
What was the stay for?
The swearing in and so forth. So
Yes.
at that particular time that I was filing this petition, there had been a move by the Honorable Attorney General, the National Assembly, and of course Kindiki, to vacate those orders so that the swearing in could go on. Now, I believe when they saw these, they saw that they are sunk. These can never be given the attention it ought to, and that's how it ended up getting suppressed.
So essentially, you are arguing that they simply ignored your petition.
Not ignored, buried. Because if they saw that, and if you saw the evidence, and I've just alluded to just a few issues, because other issues were very also fundamental, to say that if the process was flawed, if there was no, as I've shown you, special notice of motion within the prescription of the law, all members of the National Assembly have to be present, then there was nothing to present to the Senate. The Senate sat on what we call a void. Nothing.
Let me understand this again. So what, in essence, okay, do I understand you to be saying, in essence, that had the court considered this, then they would have addressed the issues that you have raised in your petition?
By constitutional edict.
Yes.
But
they did not.
But they did not. And what has happened is that now they have said, okay, by the way, when now I rose on the 7th of May, in the presence of everybody else, it's on YouTube, and I say that our petition has been listed. It was actually officially listed together with the other petitions that were decided upon the day before yesterday. And I told the judges that, look, we need to have a hearing for this as well before you conclude this. And they agreed. And they say that, well, we'll hear you on the 4th of June. The 4th of June was last Thursday. So on that day, normally what happens is that the cases that are coming up for that particular day are listed on an official cause list. If you're in Mombasa, you will see what case is going on in Nakuru or in Nairobi, as the case may be. And so the cause list was showing that our case was coming up for hearing on the 4th of June. So I show up in court early enough, together with the advocate for the EACC, and we are there. We want then to be told which courtroom we will be headed to. And then when it got to about a few minutes to 9 a.m. and we didn't see the setup of the court happening, my friend from my lawyer, the other lawyer, my colleague from the EACC, then I said, let's go and ask the deputy registrar, the person who's supposed to be ensuring that everything flows. So when we go to the office, we're told, the deputy registrar is not present, but your case will not take off. So what do you mean it's going to hear? It's listed for hearing. We're supposed to be having a hearing today on the 4th of June. And this is what is officially actually listed on the judiciary e-system. So then she says, "Oh, I'm sorry, the case was taken out. It's going to be a mention. It's going to be a mention. It's listed as a hearing." So I produced my sheet of paper that I had printed showing that it's actually a hearing. Now, the difference between a hearing and a mention is that the case for a mention is just being called out without any, hearing people or, the
You don't make
arguments.
You don't make a presentation.
You do not. So all the court wants to know, okay, last time I asked you to do this and that. Have you done it? Okay, when will this take off for hearing? So that is the purpose of mention. It's more of housekeeping.
Yes.
The hearing now, when it's listed for hearing, you know that now you have to be ready to present your arguments, and the other side has to be ready to present their arguments. So I say, but it's not listed as I mentioned. No. We changed it on the system. You changed it on the system without involving us. How?
And do you get notifications when things are changed on the system?
Yes.
So did you get a notification for this change?
No, absolutely none. Zero. Article 47(1) of the Constitution says that you should receive administrative action that is fair, efficient, in writing, and that which is fast, expeditious.
So essentially, I hear you to be saying that had you not gone to inquire from the deputy registrar, you would have been sitting there waiting for something which was not going to take place.
Can you imagine? Would you imagine that city? Paul, we have a constitutional mandate on the judiciary to deliver justice. Now you tell me, which other institution in this country do you know that is mandated to deliver justice? Which institution?
Well, apart from street justice?
The
judiciary.
So look at that. There is a monopoly. And this is not free service. You pay for it. So Article 46 of the Constitution says that when you have the delivery of a service, it must, of course, meet and be within a threshold. And that's not what happened. And like City says, we would have just had. So we're in the dark. So this is something that is done in secrecy, which again violates the constitutional ethic for transparency. What did the judiciary intend by so doing? There was now a deferring of the hearing such that it would not take place on the 4th before the judgment set for the 8th, day before yesterday.
Is that procedural?
It is not procedural. So that prompted me to write to the Chief Justice. Why the Chief Justice? The Chief Justice, under the Constitution, is the head of the judiciary. Now, she is the one who had appointed that bench to hear this case. Remember, I said, when we filed this case on the 24th of October 2024, it was blocked. And there's a Supreme Court judge who said, Kenyans, did you see what happened to that constitutional petition? You have to be extremely careful. 2027, when you have very thin constitutional deadlines for the filing of a constitutional petition challenging a presidential election, you may be in the doldrums. It may be dark.
Again, Wakili, I'm going back to the notification. Is the system automated, just like we have apps on our computers and our phones, such that if I get a WhatsApp message right now, I'll get a notification telling me, Harrison has texted me. Is it that way, such that if something happens in I don't know what to call it, but on your dashboard, if changes are made to a case that you're on, you will get a notification from the judiciary telling you that these changes have taken place?
In theory.
So is it automated to that level?
It's supposed to be. In this instance, it didn't happen. It took our physical visit to the courthouse. And you can see now the external hand that is there. And what baffled me was, wait a minute. I'm here with the other lawyer for the EACC who's as baffled as I am. Because we had sued the EACC. And one of the questions that we had raised is, excuse me, the president receives this resolution from the Senate on the 17th of October, 2024, that they have impeached the deputy president. The night of 17th of October 2024. Now, in the morning of the 18th of October, the very following morning, somehow the EACC has generated a letter approving Kindiki as the deputy president. So we had sued the EACC. Excuse me, when exactly did you convene? In the wee hours of the morning? We want to see this approval that the president is flashing in the National Assembly, saying that he got from you. So the EACC was sued. So the lawyer for the EACC came along, to participate in the trial. So and I got to ask myself, I can't see the other lawyers. for the Deputy President, for the Honorable Attorney General, for the National Assembly, the real respondents. Oh, well, you do the math then. So the court is not sitting.
Wakili, there's something I want to ask
People are
you.
not there. So this is what I'm saying, the lack of transparency. There was no communication that the case has no hearing as written.
You wrote to the Chief Justice,
Yes,
right?
I did. Yes, I
and
did.
what did she say?
Zero. Nothing.
Talking of the Chief Justice, I once asked her a question on this impeachment matter because I didn't understand it. I didn't understand it because, one, in 2024, the county of Embu led the charge in allowing the country to understand what impeachment was, because the county assembly impeached their governor, then a gentleman called Martin Wambora. Okay. When the Chief Justice states that once you're impeached, remain impeached, is that the reality of our law and the Constitution?
Sometimes I find it very difficult. Where do you place the line between saying something and being viewed as offensive to someone, probably even because of their agenda? Because if I say it, where did she get that from? I probably will be saying, you're rude. Why are you being rude to the Chief Justice? Or you ask, which constitution is she reading? Why are you rude to the Chief Justice? The Chief Justice. The Chief Justice does not pinpoint exactly where she is supposed to have grounded that on. Now, the Constitution is very clear that if you have faced such an outcome, it's until you exhaust the appeal mechanism. Let's be very clear about that. This is why, and I don't see, I never understood this hypocrisy. When Uhuru and the same President Ruto were facing charges, criminal charges, very grave,
They were
by the
indicted.
ICC.
Yes.
They were indicted, yes, absolutely. And you had a sitting president having to go and attend those sessions until they were withdrawn. And there was a 5-judge bench then constituted to hear that very issue. Because there was, I think Dungwai Naina was an activist. They had filed a case to say that, look, you are unfit to be on the ballot, and you shouldn't be on the ballot because you are facing indictment at the ICC. So the Constitutional Court, constituting of 5 judge benches, one, the presumption of innocence still holds in your favor until
proven.
Yes. Okay. So they say we cannot stop you from being on the ballot. Now, constitutionally speaking, until you have exhausted your means of appeal, you cannot be said. Allow me, Sidi, to ask this question to the good Kenyan people. Now, suppose, peradventure, the Senate, instead of casting that vote, it turns out that the electronic system changed, inverted by whatever twang of circumstance. The yes vote, which is yes impeach, is probably 10 votes. No, do not impeach is 37. I'm just using an example. Suppose there is a digital inversion. But what comes out is that he is actually impeached. But in reality, if each one of those Senate members are asked, what did you vote? It turns out that the majority, 37 votes, voted no, just use an illustration. So then he goes to court and says there was a failure of the electronic voting system. The actual vote is 37 for no, and the yes is 10. Would the Constitutional Court be right to overturn that decision?
According to our laws, yes.
Absolutely. But now, according to the Chief Justice, because the verdict from the Senate says you are impeached, regardless of that electronic failure, regardless of it not meeting the threshold, regardless of the actual vote, she says you are impeached.
But you have given a scenario. Let me give a different scenario. You are actually impeached by Senate. Up until you have exhausted the process where you're seeking reprieve, do you not remain impeached?
In the sense, in technical sense, yes.
Yes. It's like, again, if the court determines that you are guilty of murder and you appeal, that court determination remains in force until it is proved otherwise.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, but you see now, the impression that she created in her expression is that this is a lifetime decision that has been made, regardless of if you appeal or not, if you succeed on appeal or not. That's a wrong impression. She's not supposed to be saying that. She's supposed to be saying that, look, everyone has a right of appeal. Let me give you an example. There is this honorable judge who was, in fact, presiding over this case of Mbijiwe, the disappearance of Mbijiwe. And Honorable Moya had faced an indictment on his suitability as continuing to act as a judge. Now, then he appealed against that decision because of his reasons that, look, this was a wrong verdict and it ought not to be so. And he succeeded. He succeeded. Is he a judge today? He is a judge. By the way, tremendous respect to the judge. I'm just using an illustration. But the Chief Justice is here expressing an opinion which, in my view, should never have been expressed, because then she has, as it were, hamstrung herself. Because if this case goes to the Supreme Court, the first objection would be, you've already taken a position. You're no longer objective, and you express yourself that the impeachment is for life, meaning that...
No, she did not say it is for life. She says, once you are impeached, you're impeached. Let me contextualize, since I'm the one who asked the question even then. I was looking at the case of a gentleman called Waluke, who had been found guilty and had even been given a scholarship to one of our institutions for corrections. Now, that was the context in which I was actually asking the question. So, you see, the understanding of these legal processes are really confusing to us lay people. Because even as you have spoken, you have quoted very many parts of the Constitution to explain a single point. Essentially, you're buttressing it. You're saying, not only does it say this here, but it says this here. So for reference point, for you to understand this, you need to look at this. Now, this is what you do on a daily basis. We don't.
True. And I really pity, sorry, with tremendous respect, the average Kenyan person who was bombarded with legalese.
Yes.
During the delivery of that judgment.
Yes.
And this Kenyan does not understand exactly what are you telling me? What exactly is going on? And then you see they are baffled. In the end, the verdict is rendered. You know, the right to fair hearing was violated in terms of Gachagwa's impeachment. And now you tell me that I have to cough up as a taxpayer 50 million to compensate him for what the Senate failed to accord him.
Wakili, you don't have to fork out 50 million. Just divide that 50 million by 56 million, and then you'll have an idea of what each of us has to cough up. But
a shilling each.
But I think the larger point, in my opinion, is that we get to understand our constitution better. We get to understand our legal processes better, because that's what we are doing here. We are understanding it, that these things of the law are never as simple as we may assume it to be. Because you brought in a perspective that was not even in the discussions that we've heard regarding this particular impeachment and the case that was before the three judges.
But they saw it, because we say right at the beginning, what we call ab initio, right at the 2024, that these four constituencies do not have, in sum, 501,000 Kenyans without a voice. What do you make of Article 145, 1 and 2 of the Constitution, so far as your right then to vote for this impeachment is concerned? Now, the Constitution envisaged, and this is my humble interpretation, envisaged the House has to be a full House. Because, let's remember, Article 1 of the Constitution vests in the members of National Assembly the delegated authority to represent each of those constituencies. The moment there is no member of National Assembly, that constituency, whatever it is now, in this case, Banisa or Magarini, they did not have a voice in the National Assembly. Again, if you look at the language in the Constitution, for the voting in of a speaker, immediately the first house sits. It's a full house. And the law is very clear. One of the issues that we question here is if the voting of the speaker is by secret ballot, why do you want to say in that Article 149(1) of the Constitution, where it demands that you have a full house and voting be done, you are now saying it ought to be this nebulous yes sort of scenario? Let me say this. It's very disappointing that we do have the bill for impeachment, which was placed before the Senate for debate in 2018. That bill prescribes the impeachment procedure for the president, the deputy president, the governor, the deputy governor, but it has never seen the light of day.
So that bill was never passed into law?
It never, absolutely. But if you read that bill, it is available at the Senate pending bills. It is still there. Members of the Senate, the legal fraternity for the Senate did not even want to reference that. But we tabled that bill in this particular case, which was very shocking to me that the court is saying now, we should have this bill passed because we need to have a procedure for the impeachment of the deputy president. But had they looked at the paperwork which we had presented before the court, that had been covered. And the question we were raising is, now if in this bill, if you look at it, the Senate has provided for an appeal mechanism and has a timeline that you can appeal, and they are before this same court saying you cannot even appeal. This was a political decision, and because it's a political decision, you have your door shut. Come on, I mean, look at their own bill, which is pending adjudication.
Harrison, unfortunately, we've come to the end of the show, but in a minute, maybe just let us know what are Gachagwa's options now, apart from him going to the Court of Appeal.
There is no option other than going to the Court of Appeal. And the danger that we face in this country is that the forum shopping that has been going on is very alarming in the judiciary. By that I mean the forum shopping is that the executive seems to wield such leverage on the judiciary's presiding officers to the point that we are gravely alarmed. Let me just use one example. When the digital health, the SHA and whatever nonsense came about, we went to court. I filed a court case on behalf of my client. And I say the Kenyan people were given only 3 days, which was a weekend, to debate these digital laws. And they never had. And then, City, I would like you to look at that Digital Health Act. The Digital Health Act is worded in technical language. Kenyan people did not have the opportunity to look at these laws. They were passed without public participation and so on and so forth. The court agreed. The Constitutional Court agreed. It nullified and rendered the SHA, the digital health, the community health workers unconstitutional. What happened? That weekend, William Ruto the president goes to Uasin Gishu. And in the presence of Honorable Sholei, says there are these people who hire expensive lawyers. It's available on YouTube. And they go to sabotage government procedures. This sort of a thing is not right. And they're bribing judges. Now, they had appealed. And I wrote to the president of the Court of Appeal that he be warned. I have never bribed a judge in my life or a single magistrate in my life. And if he dare say that we bribed these judges in order to secure this verdict, he better table that evidence. But Sholei, Honorable Sholei, during that meeting,
Deputy Speaker.
Absolutely. And he's in the public domain. I'm not tarnishing anyone's name.
And who is a lawyer as well.
And she's a lawyer. She tells the president, it will not happen again. It's available on, you look for that clip, you'll see it. Why did I say that? Because a week after that, we go to the Court of Appeal because they appealed, the government appealed against that unconstitutionality. The bench that was there said that we should hear. That bench, because the government side adjourned, they were not ready, And then the following week again, the case came up, and voila, there was a stay order staying the declaration of unconstitutionality. In other words, the SHA, the digital health, all those nonsense laws are founded on an unconstitutional foundation. But the unconstitutionality which was established by the Constitutional Court was suspended up to now.
Okay.
Since 2024. What am I saying? Gachagua may have a case. But if you do have the shenanigans that played out in the Constitutional Court, I'm afraid the sharks will be waiting for him.
Thank you so much, Harrison, for your time. This has been very eye-opening. Hope to see you again soon.
Thank you, Paul.
Perhaps after this other next step that Gachagua is taking at the Court of Appeal.
Franklin Bukaka
it is. All right. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Mwingi Town, Kitui County have launched investigations after several human bodies were discovered in suspected shallow graves. The area was sealed off on Tuesday as detectives and forensic experts began exhuming the remains from different locations within the site. Authorities say the operation could be extended as investigations continue amid fears that more bodies may still be buried in the area.
Ona kana kwamba mili ya watu wameuawa na wakatupa papa hapa tu karibu na hapa town yetu hii. Kana kwamba kuna watu wanauliwa mahali alafu wanaletwa wanatupwa hapa.
Karibu na Kasina Primary School, na sisi kama wakaaji wa Mwingi Town tunahofia sababu last month kuna mili ingine ilipatikana pale Tia.
Lakini ya leo ni ajabu sana. Wamezikwa vizuri na wamekunjwa vizuri, wamepangwa ile mikono inakuletwa karibu, miguu inakunjwa vizuri.
So as the Mwingi residents and as their leader, we are very alarmed. Juzi tumepoteza msichana wetu anaitwa Kanya, mpaka wale hatujajua what really happened to her. Another 2 bodies were discovered for a female and a male. And up to date we are yet to know what has really happened.
DCI detectives have arrested former Tigania East Member of Parliament Jospat Gishuge, also known as Kabebea, of alleged land fraud scheme that investigators say defrauded buyers of more than 56 million Kenya shillings. According to detectives, the former lawmaker is accused of selling plots through a property company and receiving payments from investors who believed they were purchasing land in Kajiado County. However, the buyers later discovered that the land had been transferred to other individuals and subdivided without their knowledge or consent. Victims of past protests have given the government a 7-day ultimatum to release compensation funds, warning that they will return to the streets if demands are not met. The group says it will stage demonstrations between June 16th and June 25th should the government fail to honor its commitment to compensate those affected during previous protests. They accuse President William Ruto of failing to fulfill a public pledge that all protest victims will receive compensation by June.
The demands that are in this notice are clear and unequivocal, including immediate publication of a clear compensation implementation schedule, full disclosure of all funds allocated towards victims, compensation and their utilization, accountability from public officers responsible for the continued delays. If the government does not proceed and keep its promise, then we shall proceed and have the daily protests up to and from 16th up to the 25th of June 2026.
People have been forced to flee their homes in Belfast, Northern Ireland, amid disorder following a knife attack. Houses and cars have been set on fire and all public transport has been paused in the city. A 30-year-old Sudanese man is due to appear in court today, charged with attempted murder following the attack in North Belfast on Monday night. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Marco Silva has agreed to become Benfica's new head coach as the Portuguese club formalized Jose Mourinho's departure for Real Madrid. Silva ended his 5-year stint as Fulham boss a week ago when his contract at Craven Cottage expired. Benfica said they had reached an agreement with Silva, who is set to sign a contract until the end of the 2027-28 season, which can be extended to 2028-2029. Real Madrid have had a €150 million offer for striker Julian Alvarez rejected by city rivals Atletico Madrid. Real president Florentino Perez last week pledged to make a €150 million offer for an unnamed Galactico player if re-elected to his position. Having successfully retained control on Sunday, Perez made good on his promise. However, the move for the 26-year-old Argentina forward was turned down by his club, who cited Alvarez's release clause of €500 million. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning. Welcome back. It is now 13 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? This particular hour, we will be talking about the future of political parties and Kamakawa Kamake. We have a MP for Saboti constituency, that is Honorable Caleb Amesi. Mheshimiwa, good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Ulikuja once ukatuhepa. Ni chai ilikuwa mbaya, ni kahawa ama baridi ilikuwa mingi kwa studio?
Apana, you know, familiarity.
Yes.
Contempt.
So
that's why I have to give you space so that when I come,
you drop it like it's
a meaningful person.
But karibu tena sana.
Yeah, thank you.
Before we get into business, wacha Sitia kupatie methali yetu ya leo. Alafu tuambie unafikiria nini kuhusu methali hiyo?
Sawa.
This week we have been in Mauritius. And we shall be there up until Friday. So, City, over to you.
Yes, our proverb from Mauritius, the Republic of Mauritius. A hen cannot lay eggs and hatch them at the same time.
Everything has a purpose. I think the brief explanation to that, everything has a purpose. Yeah, like you cannot have your bake your cake and have it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I said something similar in the morning when he introduced it to me, that particular proverb, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
Ni kweli kila kitu iko na kazi yake.
Yes.
By the way, when he said something similar.
Yeah.
Alizungusha hiyo mazungumzo.
Nilizungua kama high court.
365 pages.
You
arrive for conclusion.
Yes. Na hiyo conclusion naisikia nasema,
after all this,
mmefikaje hapa?
But Mahesh, what are your thoughts on that ruling?
Yeah, you know, of course they say our constitution is not perfect. There are always lacunas here and there that people take advantage of, like when you say the process of impeachment, whether it was constitutional, and then people argue that this is a political process and it has to be, you know, impeachment is a political process and it must just be like that, political. Then of course there is a process of that political process. Was it followed by the constitution, the tenets of the constitution? I believe that is a conundrum. In my view is that there were no grounds to impeach Gachagua.
Okay.
It was merely that there were presence of numbers in parliament. But if you look at those grounds, then the president should not even be moving around to Finland. Because he has even more grounds. Remember, I'm one of those people who have started drawing a motion of impeachment against the president.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I've started drawing the motion of impeachment.
Okay.
And
but you have not presented it
I have
yet.
not presented it. You know, of course, the numbers in parliament. Those numbers are not looking nice. Yeah, I need 117. And those who are even capable of signing, they get afraid.
Ngoja kidogo. 117 for what exactly?
I need 117 signatures
That's
for the motion to go through.
So
for me to present the motion before parliament.
You need 117 of your colleagues.
Yes.
Are you in the 117?
What do you mean I am?
He's the one.
I'm the one drawing.
Yeah, so once you've drawn it, you need 117 of your
So I need
colleagues.
116 more.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Or rather, I wanted to understand.
Yes, I need 116 more.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I have a question. There's something that Wakili has told us here, and he was reading for us the standing orders, and he said that, number one, MPs have designated seating in parliament. You just don't get in and choose whichever seat you sit in. Is that factual?
No. The only people who have designated seats are the leaders and the committee chair.
Okay.
Another MP can sit anywhere, and of course, the parliament has the right side and the left side.
That is government and opposition.
Yes.
Okay.
So the right side is always the government, and the left side is the opposition. That is the sitting arrangement. In our case, it is called the minority and the majority. Yeah. That's why you see in Europe you have the leftist and the rightist.
Aha. I get it now.
Those who are conservative versus those who are liberal and all that.
Okay, so that means that you now, of course, you belong to the minority.
Yeah.
So when you get in, you can sit on.
But you see now,
Yes.
it is chaos because you find the minority, which is the minority leader, which is Junet, is shouting more than Kimani Chunga in defense of the government. So now it's
chaos.
It's chaos. And it's not good for democracy.
Okay.
The way we've treated our parliament, there is no debate whatsoever. Some of us get very frustrated because the people who are supposed to lead you in opposing government policies are the ones shouting loudest in support of government.
Something else Wakili said I needed to confirm still on matters to do with parliament is that in the standing orders during voting, if the honorable speaker calls out Honorable Kalibamisi, you stand up and you say I vote yes. So you have to confirm that I.
Yes.
Or you just don't say yes or no.
You agree. You can agree silent voting where you just press the button. Yes, there are buttons. Yes, no, abstain.
Okay.
Or you can just shout I vote yes or I vote no.
So in the situation whereby the electronic thingy has failed, you have got to affirm or
yes, you affirm.
Okay.
And it is a decision that is made before the vote is taken.
So if you say yes, that vote is not valid, you have got to say I vote yes, or you can just stand up and say yes. That is what he was trying to explain to us.
Either way, I don't think a person say I vote yes and a person who say yes is the same thing.
Actually, from a legal point of view, no. Because yes on its own could be yes to anything. So as he demonstrated, I could say, Mheshimiwa, and he say yes.
It doesn't mean that you have
voted
yes.
Vote yes is definitive. It means that yes has been categorized and there's no vagueness. It's clear. You vote yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Sawa. Because you were saying that that is in the standing orders, and I believe that if that is in the standing orders, then kidogo inaweza kuwa tricky. But anyway, sasa tuongee mambo ya siasa ingine ya ODM. Mambo iko vipi kwa ODM?
Mambo sijui. Majua alitufungia mlango. I'm not even in WhatsApp group of members of ODM.
Completely.
I was removed by Junet. I don't know why he selected on me.
Are you the only one who's removed? Is Sifuna there, for example?
I think he's still there.
Is Babu Owino in the group?
He's still there. They're still there.
Oh.
Yeah, he only removed me.
Why you?
I think I was making too much noise. I was causing chaos.
Are you causing more chaos than Sifuna and Babu?
Yes. You don't know me. I'm very lethal. Yeah. I'm the most lethal person. It's not about shouting. I can just say one sentence that can cause chaos.
Yes.
You can shout morning to him, but you are saying nothing.
So now you have been kept in the dark.
I've been kept in the dark. I don't know when they have meetings, but I pay because every month I'm deducted 20,000 from my pay slip
directly
to go to ODM. All these activities are doing Kisumu rally. That's my money.
And by Kisumu, you mean the Linda ground?
Yes, those rallies are doing. That's my money.
Can I ask you something, Mheshimiwa?
Yes.
All these things that are happening within ODM, would you say that the discussions around it are good or bad for democracy?
In what aspect? Discussions on?
Well, there appears to be divisions.
Yeah.
There appears to be a difference of opinion as to how certain matters should proceed. And clearly there are those who have distinct ideas that prove the point I'm trying to make, that there are differences. Now, when sides come up and they present their cases and they seem to be using different platforms, I'm saying that appearance of differences is what I'm asking. Is it good or is it bad for democracy?
The difference and the difference in opinion, it is good for democracy. It is how you navigate that environment of people having different positions on certain issues of governance. I think ODM just veered off from the principles that started the party. And you see, most of us were in ODM because of Raila Odinga, his history of fight for democracy, fight for new constitution, being in prison for 7 years for fighting for governance, 8. And there is a history to that. We without Raila Odinga, I don't think there is any other person remaining in ODM with such credentials. And the reason why we now, I personally joined ODM, it was with Raila's way of also running his party. He used to know all of us. He will select Caleb Amis to be chair of PAC, even if he's alone in Trans Nzoia. He has a reason for that. Okay, he used to know all of us. But these other people say, now what is the use of this young man from Trans Nzoia? Akwende kabisa. So the way Raila used to run the party, people could not tell. Yeah. You will see that somebody will be very annoyed and everybody wants him to go, but he will still keep him because he knows the reason why he is that person. In democratic process or venture where the numbers matter, hata mwendazimu namkeep. Because it's a matter of numbers. It's not a matter of who is tunasikizana naye. Even the people who voted for me, some are thieves. Yeah, but they voted for me. Yeah.
It's true.
Yes, they voted for me. And that's democracy. So Raila used to know how to navigate that political environment, but the people are remaining. Unfortunately, they don't know. And that's why I say ODM has gone, completely gone. And then, what is even worse is the leadership at the top. Oburu seems to not have understood how ODM came about. And most of my colleagues, that's why you see I have a problem with my colleagues who are just saying, let's go and join United Opposition who are in Linda Mwananchi. I say, no. We did not start a movement to join a United Opposition. We started a movement because there are people who are not, who do not want Ruto, but are not feeling or they are not excited by the United Opposition. We are taking this mass of people, especially the young people. That's what they said, Sisini Sifuna. They were not saying Sisini Kalonzo. They were not saying Sisini Gachagua. If you don't take this mass of people, there'll be voter apathy. They'll not vote. And that's what caused voter apathy in last election. People were tired of even Raila. They say, Samekua. Okay, yes, alikuwa kwa wakati wa Moi. Na alikuwa minister wa energy. Alifanya nini? So we did not appreciate the fact that there are young people who do not know Raila fought for fought for democracy, liberation.
Yes.
So those people, you are telling them about Raila, so what? Samekua. Okay, they do not understand. Okay, so these people, what happens? They said, watu ni wale. So they didn't turn up. That's why we have 8 million voters. Now in this election, we are afraid we are also going back there until we have a new set of leaders who are telling people, okay, now we are we can have a different thinking. We did not serve in Moi's government, we did not serve in Kibaki's government, we did not serve in Uhuru's government. I keep on saying this, and I hope you give me some patience, kidogo.
Yeah, sure.
These young people, I remember telling people when I was 3 years old, Mudavadi was a minister, and I'm now sitting a member of parliament, second term. They brought the guy to me to vet him for a position at that time was not even constitutional.
Yep.
Do you see the scenario we are in? When I was 3, yani karatoka dogo, 3 years mdogo sa.
Ujama alikuwa minister.
Alikuwa minister, waziri na bendera. Sasa ni, and you know I'm an orphan. I have navigated through the troubles of life until I'm now an MP elected twice. The guy is still a minister. Now this is Caleb. Yes. We are now talking about the Gen Z who are even younger. They have been seeing these people since they were born. The same caliber of people. 2002, when we said Moi must go. On one side we had Moi, who was now supporting Uhuru, and the chief campaigner of Uhuru at that time was William Ruto.
Yeah.
And on that ticket there was Musalia Mudavadi and the rest. On the other side was Kibaki, and there was the Raila, and there was the Kalonzo, and there was the Saitotis and all these people. Two groups. Moi aende tubadilishe. Na hii side Raila na Kibaki ndio watabadilisha. Next election, let me finish. Next election, 2007. Now the Ruto who was on Uhuru joined Raila on this side. Okay? Now it's Raila plus Mudavadi plus I think Alonzo na akakuja katikati. He was katikati yeye. Now this one, the Uhuru, the Kibaki was with Raila is now with Uhuru on this side. Now 2013, Kibaki, the Uhuru who was with the Kibaki now, he has joined hands with Ruto. Now they're on one side. Now Raila is on one side. The Kalonzo was katikati has joined Raila. They are together. The Mudavadi who was with Raila is now katikati. Now 2017, okay? Now Raila is still a common factor. Now we have Raila, Mudavadi, Kalonzo. And this side we have Uhuru and Ruto. Now 2022, Raila is a common factor. The Uhuru who was with the Ruto has now joined Raila. And the Mudavadi and Wetangula who are with Raila have now joined.
Over.
Have those people ever changed since Moi went? They are just exchanging roles. And the young people are growing up seeing this. So they just said, no, enough is enough. Can we have new players? Can we have a change of the system? If all this is a cabal of Moi's cabal, just trying to, we are pursuing this thinking is a change, only for them to merge together. So they're asking, I'm asking myself, for example, I have no problem with Kalonzo, but he has been in this system of exchanging roles since Moi's time. So my question is, very, very honest question. He's one of those credible leaders. He has no corruption case around him. He has kept his name clean in the midst of all this corruption. He is a credible leader, I can tell you. He is a leader that you wish Kenya to have as a president. But my question is, Kalonzo is his 24 MPs. Gachagua supported him to be a president. Then Gachagua brings trouble and tells him, well, I have everything. I'm the one who gave you this power. And I need this. Kalonzo gets frustrated. He comes and they pick William Ruto from Sugoi to help him stabilize the government. So what are we changing?
Mahesh,
that's my problem. As in, for me to support Kalonzo, he has to carry his Bible and say, Ata kiumane aja, I rather resign than call back William Ruto to come and stabilize the government. Because that's how they've been doing. And then they have this common phrase that it's for the good of the nation, that the nation is bigger than all of us. But it is a convenient way of remerging and emerging together. And it has been a circus for the last almost 20-30 years. So Kenyans are tired. That's why we are saying, Sisi Nisifuna, we wanted something different. A new player in the system. And the young people were ready. So we cannot say we are going to join them, because that was not the idea. But then you can join anyway. You can actually join.
It's your right.
Yeah, you can join together. But you might join knowing that they're actually helping you to remove that William, but not the other way around.
Ulianza kusema numbers, what are important, and especially in this game of politics. So what is, in your opinion, what is the game plan? Because there has got to be a formula to help you make that change in 2027. What is that formula? Because
there are two things that people are not understanding.
Okay.
And we are going to back there. I don't know, ni mimi ndio nafikiria sana ama I'm on my own.
No, kufikiria sana ni muhimu.
Because you must know what you are doing. You know, people are saying tuungane tu bora huyu Ruto aende. In the process they are bringing even a worse person. You have to decide, is it that you want to change the system completely or is just bora Ruto aende, bora hata mwizi mwingine akikuja ni sawa. You know, you have to make that critical decision.
Yeah.
Because you cannot tell me, with all the respect I have for Gachagua, that he can be an alternative to William Ruto. So what are we doing? Are we changing the country? These are people wamekosana tu. Okay, if Gachagua was not removed as a deputy president, what will he be doing today? He'll be defending the government. He will be defending the government. Tena mbaya sana. So, you know, we have to make a critical decision. Are we changing the system completely, or we want just to give Kenyans another Ruto, or even worse than Ruto?
But isn't that
so? Yeah. You must make that critical decision. Yeah, because people are saying, wewe kama unataka, kama utaki, wewe ni mall, kwa sababu wewe ndio sasa utafanya Ruto arudi, because unataka watu wagawanye kura. It is because you do not know what you are fighting for. The people, the youth who are on the street saying they are a total overhaul, because we do not want this tribal based politics where people are saying shareholders, sisi ni Wakikuyu, sisi ni Wajaluo. It has messed us our country. Can we have even a Samburu standing as a president because he believes in certain ideologies and he can change the country, and we follow him without saying sisi ni Wajaluo, sisi ni Waluya? That's what the young people were singing on the street. Kwamba we do not want these tribal cocoons and the balkanization of the nation into hii tribe na hii waungane. That's what has messed us.
But Mahesh, isn't that how, and forgive me if I'm wrong, and actually correct me, isn't that how the voter thinks?
And that's why now, if they think that way, let us give them what they want, and they should never complain. Yeah, you know, I'm telling the young people that you have a chance to mobilize yourself. Some of you to go to parliament, some of you to have, even if it is a gentleman like him, you've seen he's the best MP to come in, let him go in, mobilize for him, come and sit, come and say, I vote yes in parliament. But once the 2027 election is over and you had a chance to elect one of your own, or the person you think is credible to go to that parliament, when the election is over and then you get the same caliber of leaders in that parliament, do not go back to the streets. Hata mimi mwenyewe nitakuja kuwachapa viboko, because hiyo ni ujinga. Yeah, ni ujinga. What are you doing? You have the same people who have elected those caliber of leaders. So what are you doing? What are you doing on the streets? Itakuwa ni ujinga, mkiuawa muawe tu, because now that's stupidity. Okay. As in, you have to decide to change a nation. You've decided. Nations have changed before. America has gone through transition. The president, say we have almost 4 retired presidents. Transition has been made. You know, when the more you have a transition, the more you have better ideas. New ideas come in. I'll give you an example of Sabot. They decided they have to have a new person, a young man. Now you can see people saying, for the first time, watu wanapata basari. For the first time, watu shule zimejengwa Saboti muzima. Had they not made that change and they started saying voting by tribe, that change will not have happened. So you have to decide as a nation to do a complete change, or you just stay with the mediocrity, because it seems you like mediocrity. So Kenyans cannot come and disturb us again that my MP hawafanyi kazi, and you have a chance to now choose credible people, and credible people are here, are out here. It's just you to mobilize them and they make sure they're in parliament, and then now they do the changes you want. But if you say that even ndio tunafikiria sawa, we'll serve you with mediocrity.
You know, you're the only person we've hosted here who says that. The only sitting MP.
Yeah.
Who's actually saying it.
Yes.
As it should be.
Yes.
So when you talk to your friends in Linda Mwananchi, wanasema aje kuhusu hii story?
You know how I started this thing? And I always repeat.
I remember that time you were fired from that committee. You were here.
I was here. And I'm the one who started the Linda Mwananchi.
Okay.
Have you ever had anybody say no?
No.
Thank you.
Hujapingwa?
Yeah. I'm the one who started it. It's only that they did not understand the assignment. The assignment was there are people who do not want William Ruto, but they are also tired with these same people who have been there since Moi's time. They just want something new. And I gathered all these leaders who are youthful: Babu Wino, Sifuna, Clive, Kibagendi, Dindi Nyoro was there, Ali Muhammad, and I hosted them in Saboti. I said, if you guys are fearing, I will host it. I hosted, it was massive, and there it began now the Kenya Moja. Ikaenda tukaenda, hata wa Mchomba was there when he was still a good girl. So yeah, Toroka. Sasa, and then from there, of course, when Sifuna was now removed as an SG, it catapulted the movement. Kitengela, we were to go anyway. We had planned to go to Kitengela as Kenya Moja. So Sifuna was removed today, and tomorrow you are to go to Kitengela anyway. We had planned already 2 weeks ago. But if Sifuna was removed without Kenya Moja, he will be just a roaming in town. he was removed with a base already set for him. We were already there. Okay? We were already there. I had already formed a team to propel him. If he was removed without Kenya Moja, he'll be just on the street here, roaming around in stations. And nothing about Season Sifuna. But he found a base now to catapult him from Kitengela the next night. And the message was clear. Did you see the rallies? The message was clear. People want something different. Now, if you don't serve them and you go back and merge with what they're running away from, they'll just sit at home and look at you. Right now, there is no votes. If you tell me wapi kura za Linda Mwananchi haziko.
What do you mean?
Hakuna. Wapi chama?
Naonanga mkitembea bwana mnajaza.
That's a rally anybody can go. And they do a rally. But you see, when it comes to voting, where are those votes? How can you quantify?
How do you translate the numbers you find in a rally into votes?
Into a vote. What is a voting block? If you say there are youth, even Gashaga will tell you I have youth also.
Every political party will tell you they have youth.
Yeah, every
and they even have a youth wing.
They even have a youth wing. And so some of those youth wingers are in the Linda Mwananchi. So we needed to quantify our force first before you merge. Even in South Africa, people have made coalition government. We have DA party, we have ANC merging together. But the DA did not say, ANC, we are coming to merge with you. No. Circumstances make you merge. You don't tell them we are coming as long as Ruto goes.
Yeah.
Circumstances will make you merge. And it will come a time when you say, okay, fine. This is our critical mass. These people have believed in us. Who else can help us send William Ruto home? And then you merge. But you are not yet made a critical mass and you are shouting, we are coming. Bora tu we are end. They did not understand the assignment.
You know,
and it is...
Mheshimiwa, there's a question we ask here in this studio very often. And it revolves around a very simple assertion. An honest discussion. Now, the class that you belong to, by dint of your being a member of parliament, seems to have an aversion for having honest discussions. I'm saying this because, one, you are having an honest discussion with us now. Every political formation that we have in this country says the same thing. In one way or the other, they say the same thing. But the argument we've been having here is, how do you say you want to bring about change and you are not giving us the roadmap to that change? You're not telling us what it is you want to change. You're just saying change. And when we ask further, you say, we will remove SHA and bring in NHIF. And I'm saying...
Yeah, I wanted to say that because, see, that's the thing they want to change.
Yes, that's a hero. And then we ask, okay, we have a problem with the education system here. We'll remove... I'm saying, change, yes, can come about by you removing something and placing something. As we speak right now, the reason why there's an issue with education is because there was a change. And we asked the question, the 844 system was working. If you look at its structure from the very beginning, the things that you find in the CB or CBC were there. It's just that over time they were never implemented. So the question, critical question, did we need to tweak the 844 system or did we need to remove it to introduce something new? Question. You look at the health system, did we need to tweak NHIF or do we need to overhaul it?
Can I say something about the SHA?
Yes.
It is my considered view. The way we have approached the contribution to SHA as a universal
health coverage
is the wrong way. And this is my approach. I, Caleb Amisi, have been contributing to SHA from my payslip. I've never gone to a hospital and benefited out of it.
Private or public?
You've not gone. Public.
You've not been to hospital
so far. So where does that money go? And why do you condemn me to give that money? It is my view that a health fund must be an investment of that individual. If I contribute 10 bob out of my payslip every month, that money must go to an investment kit. If by 10 years I'm not sick, that money must be invested and be recouped back to me because it is my money. If in the course of that 10 years, of course, it has been invested anyway. So in the 9th year, if I get sick, of course, that money will not be the same that I contributed. It is more because it has been invested. Health fund must be an investment kit by the government. Investments portfolios are many. We have bonds, we have treasury, we have so many investments kit. So that if when I retire, I'll know my investment is in that health fund. If I'm not sick, I have an option of going to recoup that money and going to build a retirement home. Or I can get it and put it in another health. But at the same time, it is still covering me. So that should I become sick, I still have that contribution.
But Mhesh, kuna
insurance
is a pool.
When you
insurance is a pool,
yes,
such that you contribute your 10 bob, you never get sick in 10 years. But I contribute probably the same 10 bob, but every month I'm in the hospital. So essentially it's like I'm using your 10 bob, his 10 bob, her 10 bob.
Do you know why it is like that? Because you've not formulated into an investment portfolio.
Okay.
Because if I have 10 bob, huyu akona 10 bob, 10 bob, cumulatively imefika 1 million. That 1 million you invest somebody somewhere, after 1 month it does not come 1 million, it comes more. That 10 bob imeza 11 bob ama 12 bob. So when I feel sick, I'm still covered. The cumulative assets or the cumulative funds is still helping you as an individual because it is taken into an investment portfolio. Now where is Sherman invested? For you to benefit out of it. So what is happening is that if I do not come sick, so where does the money go? Mine, my contribution, where does it go?
It was used by someone who became sick.
No, how do you measure it?
No, the point.
How do you measure it? It was used by somebody.
Okay.
It is a scheme to steal people's money.
You know the idea of insurance.
Yeah.
And this is what Paul is raising has to do with pooling money. But what you now bring in is extremely pertinent.
Yeah.
Because at some point there'll be some money that is static.
Yeah.
It's there but has not been used.
Yeah.
It's like it's waiting to be used.
Yeah.
And if I understand Mheshimiwa correctly saying, would we not do better by this money if it was invested?
Yeah.
So that yes, it has the role of providing a cover, but it is an investment. Meaning, and he's saying, look, he wasn't saying after 2 years I want my money. He said, if 10 years down the line I've not fallen sick, surely should we not then be creative enough to say there's this benefit for you? Why that to me is attractive is this: I would know that I'm investing in SHA.
Yes.
I would know.
And you'll be very happy to contribute to SHA
I would be motivated.
Yes.
That would be an incentive.
I would be motivated to contribute, because I know that if I'm not unwell, and those who do these things, the actuaries who know how to handle these things, they could provide it in such a way that it is even stated. If in 1 year you have not made a claim, this is the interest that we give you.
Yes.
And it can either be put on whatever you have, or it could be given to you. Now, you see, that I would not complain. In fact, I would happily continue contributing to.
Sure.
Yes. Happily.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I see that.
So these are a critical. That's why I have a team of people that are drawing. You know, very soon I'll start a movement, and this movement is basically to bring new people to parliament.
But I thought you already had started a movement, and we're calling it Linda Mwananchi. You've just told us that you are the one who actually gave it the kickstart.
Si amesema ni kama hafeel Linda Mwananchi anymore. Ama nimekosea bwana?
No. What I've said is that they have deviated from the original
plan.
So they have to come back. But at the same time, you do not just feel sorry and sit down. Yeah, you must achieve.
You must continue.
You must continue with that something.
Mheshimiwa, the thing that we probably, in the spirit of having an honest conversation, consider is how the politics of this country functions. There's a term that we often use in politics, and the term is hijacking. If there's an idea that seems to work, there are people who, in the spirit of trying to help it, will actually be seeking to hijack it. And they, in the spirit of contributing to it, they will actually be hijacking it. And so the very ethos with which you started the party will be lost somewhere. And the name may be there, people may go through the motions, but what was purposed will be lost. In my opinion, it is not possible at all, for people who've been in the system for as long as those who are in political leadership currently to be the people who are going to bring about meaningful change.
Thank you very much.
It is
Muongeze chai kikombe moja.
It is improbable.
Yes.
Because they you see the soft and the hardware that is required to bring about change, unfortunately, lost in incumbency. You've been in a system for a very long time. That's what you know.
Yeah.
And you will be doing things in the way that
deviate.
You know. Even when you talk about change, it's not that you will not try to bring change. You will try, but you will be limited by your lived experience.
You've said you want to start a movement. Could you give us details?
No, we are starting what I call a renaissance movement. What I can call people's movement. The purpose of this movement is to just ensure that new crop of leaders are elected.
Is it different from the Renaissance Party?
Renaissance is a party, but me I'm talking about a movement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a movement, you know, is to move a mass of people towards a certain goal, and the goal is that I want new people in parliament, credible. It's not about youth. People think being clean is being youth. No, there are old people who are credible. The matter is their credibility. People who can face the president and say, yeah, you are wrong, we are going to impeach you. Okay. This parliament cannot impeach anybody. It cannot even impeach a watchman. It cannot.
They impeached Gachagua though.
No, that was a political collusion against an individual. That was not an honest impeachment. Must be generated out of some credible constitutional basis. You've gone against threshold of the constitution, and you are now being impeached. But this was a political collusion. So the reason is that I have looked at the people who are here to change the country, and I'm telling the young people, okay, tunacheza hivi, Ruto must go, alafu mpate ako hapo. So what do you do? And it'll be very lethal. Hamta tembea itano mkisema Ruto must go, atawanyorosha.
Okay.
Because mmemunyorosha, all this team akiwaangalia. Saa hii amepita. So mtakuwa mnamwambia nini? One, the parliament must be there. So that if Ruto must go, is not going on the ballot. Akiweka tu so help me God, na Biblia chini, mnamngojea parliament. 2 weeks, you've impeached him. You've already achieved it. This parliament cannot impeach anybody. So I've told you. But if you have a new crop of leaders, 250 MPs in that parliament, and that Ruto comes back, there are so many impeachment grounds against Ruto.
And we can go back to his first term.
We will go back to his first term.
So let me understand this.
Now too, the same case to counties.
Okay.
If Sakaja is wrong, the MCA must be able to impeach Sakaja and bring a new person. You just impeach one president in the history of Kenya. No any president will be joking with Kenyans again. So we've never impeached a president here. You just need to impeach one. And that is, every person who will be coming to be a president of Kenya will think twice before he does something. He will be.
Can I try and understand what you are saying?
Yes.
You're saying that it's like umeona hii mambo ya kukua na presidential candidate ni kama inaenda kupotea, so unaamua let us have MPs.
Yes.
So that whoever is elected, be it Kalonzo,
yes,
be it Gachagua,
thank you very
Ruto,
much. You meipata. Anaweza kuwa even Seme Sifuna. Afika ukakue rogo. Mara hiyo people are singing Ruto. Ni mwizi wetu. What happened? But sasa akikuwa roga aende tena kufanya vitu zake zenye aelewi, the parliament is there kumwambia we, this is not the reason why tulisema sisi ni nani. Enda nyumbani, mwingine achukue. Just once, you don't even need to keep on impeaching. Just once, there'll be discipline in this country.
Kulikuwa na rumors that perhaps the parliament was compromised and they voted to impeach Gachagua because there was a hidden hand that forced them to do that, or that influenced them to do that. So what would stop that hand from again influencing
the reason why
the new folks?
No, because these people, you see, like some of us were in ODM.
Yes.
So we are elected in an ODM. We'll go by what Baba tells us.
Yes.
Or you'll go home. Or you'll be taken out of committees. The rest were in UDA. They'll go by what the president said because he's the party leader. That's why we are saying we want to remove all these people and put them into one movement. And that one movement will have a party. So the direction of the party is to impeach the president. All these members of the party of that movement will impeach the president.
So indeed, there are very many ways to skin a cat.
Thank you very much.
But there's a
so if we give this movement,
yes,
we are telling young people, sema kilele tribeless nini ndo hii movement yenye iko na tribe, iko tribeless. Ingieni hapo and do the change you want. You don't want this MP. Huyu Kimani Ichung'wah amekuwa kiwaboda. Can you now mobilize yourself here and go to Kikuyu and choose a new MP? This MP will be chosen by the young people, by the people of Kenya. He will have to do by what they want. Sasa ni direction to through the movement, through a party. That the party has decided that the 250 members of parliament elected in this party, mobilized by the young people for them to be elected, are announced demanding to impeach the Minister for Energy, Opiyo Wandayi.
Yes.
Done.
No wasting time.
No wasting time.
Yara tukienda kotini ni safi.
Ni safi.
Mheshimiwa, you have clarity as to what you'd like to see done. I know you even have clarity of what you would, or how you would even go about it. My problem is one. People mean well before they are elected. The moment they are elected, the root shock is you wonder now what happened to this person. Jamaa tulikuwa tunaongea naye vizuri, and you actually thought. The nature of our politics being what it is, I have difficulties understanding unless I have seen and has been proven that you elect people who genuinely wish to see change take place. They start off that way. They actually do. They genuinely do. But somewhere along the line, the focus on self-interest overtakes it. Because if you look at all the people we elect, every kind from MCA onwards, the most consequential ones are the MCAs because one ndio kwa ground kabisa. And the people who elect them are their relatives and neighbors. An MCA is not far from his own people. That's why he gets elected. And yet, look at the shenanigans they get to. I'm not talking about town. I'm talking about the rural areas. Just because if you look at the levels of poverty that we have in our rural areas, that money that the counties get, you know, it can really change those lives.
But billions, my friend.
But it doesn't. That money can really change the lives of the citizenry who are in the rural areas.
Yeah.
But the poverty persists. And yet they have elected leaders to superintend these resources so that those resources can actually benefit them. Shidangu ndio hiyo. What do we need to do to get leaders to understand that when they do well by their people, they're doing well for themselves? Because if your economy grows and there is more wealth, even your wealth will grow. Ata wewe.
Mahesh, I want to read 2 comments here. And they are directed to you. Stephen Wandera, if you want to go far, move with others. You can't be right all the time. What has Linda Mwananchi done to move you away? That is one. The second one is by Milimu Vincent. Vincent anasema, hii ya Caleb ni ile ya typical Bukusu Maragoli. Ilikuwa tu lazima Sifuna na Caleb watakuwa na different movements. The new Wetangula and my DVD are here. Basically, those are, if I may call them, accusations that you're just disgruntled that perhaps whatever it is.
But you see, those are, you see the way they're thinking? They're thinking into local. They have gone back to thinking tribe, what?
So everything
everything that you do. Amerudi kule. That is the thinking of Kenyans. Very bad. Extreme. You can't do anything. You try to do change. Hii Maragoli inatuambia nini? He has gone back. Yani, you know, we've been having a very, tumeenda paka sha, tumesema what is supposed to be done. Tumeenda. We are going to Singapore. Ona penye amerudi. Kenyans must change.
True.
Yeah, they must change. And I hope he's hearing. He cannot want to nobody will change the country. It is you first to change your mind.
Yeah.
You know, I'm glad you've read it because it actually exemplifies the problem we have. You may have a very great idea, but somebody will say, like, you know, huyu jamaa atoki kwetu. And you're thinking, focus on what he is telling you they want to do. Focus. Does it resonate with you, and can it actually bring the change you want? He doesn't have to come from your neck of the woods.
How will you decide in this new movement that you shall start? Hatujui jina yake bado. Hujapata jina bado, si ndio?
It will come.
How will you decide? For example, I come from Kitui Central. How will you determine that clean leader, that forward-thinking candidate who will be within this new movement in a place like Kitui County?
You see now, when a movement, you see movement does not just start, now there is a rally, a big rally. A movement starts slowly. It builds up. And the more people now start listening to you, they now said, yes, this is what we want. Political persuasion. When you go to vie, you convince people. Even me, I did not just stand up and everybody agreed with Caleb.
Yes.
We were 9 of us on the ballot. But I convinced people that I'm the best. And eventually, I won. I had the highest number of votes. So a movement is about persuasion. You convince people, no, we've been doing things the wrong way. Can we do things the right way? We want a new person as a president. It doesn't matter whether I win. My point will be written in the history that I once said we need a new cabal system, not from what we are used to. Okay? And it is how you convince people towards that. It could be the one that is going to save the country. So a movement is about convincing. You are in a political democracy where you convince the majority wins. You don't need to carry everybody. There are thousands and thousands who will not believe in Jesus. Come on, they didn't believe Jesus. They were still saying, how do we know he's the Son of God?
And he raised people from the dead.
Yeah, they did miracles, but they are still doubting. So there is always doubting. People like the ones who are talking about Maragoli here. There will always be those people will be doubting. But does that one stop you from pursuing what you think is right? No, you pursue. And remember, I said I'm the one who started. So definitely there is a reason why I started. It's not that we started many and then now Sasa to Apana, I personally even selected everybody in that team. Okay, so there is a reason. And I thought people are not tired of this. They are tired of this. They need a new, I'm the one who selected him to lead us. So it cannot be about supremacy and there. This is a very myopic thinking. It is just listen to the ideas and the conviction somebody has on an agenda. That for Kenya to change, we must do things differently. If we are going to do the same way, expecting different results, we are wrong. We can only be called stupid or foolish. Doing the same thing, expecting different results. And you might find the people who want Ruto to go, and they believe what we are Caleb is saying is the right way. They are majority and they'll win. And they are there. When I talk to people wanasema wewe ndio unajua nini tulikuwa natafuta. Wewe ndio umetuelewa. People are telling me wewe ndio umetuelewa. We did not want the status quo. We wanted something different. It doesn't need to be Caleb. That's why I chose Sifuna myself. I'm the one who put him in leadership. It does not need to be me. We are just saying, can we have a different person? And we will all support him. It's not about that Caleb. No, I don't even want to be a president. Maybe in future, but not now. So anybody who has those credentials, we want to support him, but it must be a different person. If it comes a chance where now people have said, okay, what we stand for, our principles have changed now, so and so is no longer talking about tribalism. Amesema sasa mimi naongea lugha safi, tupeleke inchi pamoja. Let us look at now what ails this country. Ruto will go. Akishaenda tutakaa 5 years tukisema what to do. We must have something to do after ameenda. Hawezi ambia wa Kenya ati Ruto akishaenda after 5 years we'll spend time now trying to decipher what to do for this country. No. You are lying to Kenyans. You must be telling them anaenda tukifanya hivi. There is no transitional system that has no way forward. Even after the First World War and the Second World War, there was the World Bank that came to reconstruct Europe. There was the aftermath. After the war, they did not spend 5 years now thinking, no. Hey, the rails are distracted. If all the buildings have been brought down, what do we do? No. There was a Marshall Plan. Immediately, there was a Marshall Plan to reconstruct Europe. So there must be a Marshall Plan to reconstruct Kenya after Ruto has gone.
The next president of this country, what should they do? What is that thing they need to do to bring Kenya back to life, for lack of a better word?
What the president needs to do, he needs to first of all look at the issues that has made Ruto be hated. Otherwise, he'll fall back there. I told people, we are the last generation to bring change to this country. If we do not do by the ballot, these young people who are following us, they will do a revolution. They'll get tired of electing leaders. We are the last generation. They have given a chance. Wanatuangalia waone kama tutafanya hiyo change. If we don't do, tunaona wameanza kuchoma mashule. So if they are burning schools, what do you think they'll do? They'll come and burn up a Arambe house. They'll get tired of electing leaders. So our generation of our millennial, sisi wakina babu, Sifuna nani, we've been given a chance as the only hope to change this country. We play around with it. We'll go back in the same books of all those that we've been saying they must go. There'll be no different. If we try mobilizing ourselves around tribes, the way this person is talking, Maragoli and it's gone back to the same thing that young Kenyans do not want. I've grown up going to Starehe Boys. Starehe Boys has 47 counties represented there. I do not know what a tribe is. I've grown up in a system whereby every Kenyan is a person to me. When you take me back to tribal Kakuns, I've been elected by people who are not my tribe. The Maragolis is talking about in Saboti, they are not 500. They are less than 500. I've been elected by Bukusus, by Kalenjins. They were taking Ruto up there and they're coming to take Caleb down here. I'm not a beneficiary of tribe. I have never benefited out of tribal mobilization. I do not know what tribe is. So that's what I'm saying. Can you use my example that this Kenya can actually change without tribal balkanization of the country? And if you don't solve that issue, then you will still achieve the same thing even if Kalonzo is there. You will basically be running the country by tribal, arithmetics. And you will still be saying Kalonzo must go. So the person must solve the issue that is making Ruto to be hated. One, tribalism. He has been a beneficiary of tribal mobilization. It must be solved. Secondly, is coming to government without a clear roadmap on what we are going to do. It must be clear that if SHA is not working, what is my alternative? You must sell to the people. You cannot tell people there is change coming and they do not know what it is. It could be it will be disaster coming. Paka tena turudi tuseme afadhali ile shairudi.
Actually, disaster is also change.
Yeah. Do you know, not all revolutions bring change.
No.
Some bring even worse. So, and it's still for us to keep on having a revolution every election, just to land to the same, we are not doing a service to this nation.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why I'm telling Kenyans, make that critical decision. Fungeni macho, weka kukabila kando, do the change once. Na tuone.
So, but you're still in ODM.
I'm elected a member of ODM. I've never left my records at RPP are still there. I'm a member of ODM. Yeah.
And you will be vying in 2027 on the same ticket? Or?
I said if ODM changes course.
Yes.
And like the Damascus moment. And they come to the realization, we'll be together. Lakini wakiendelea kupotea barabara, they'll walk alone in that road.
Speak to the people of Saboti right now as we come to this conclusion. Tell them what you have done for them and perhaps what you wish to do some more.
The people of Saboti, I don't even need to convince them. They know me so well. This is my second term as a member of parliament. I had a very good bursary program where a person just needs to apply bursary and he goes home and sits. Mbunga atamulete hapo penye amekaa.
Oh.
Yes, that's what I do.
Unakuja kwangu kwa nyumba?
I of course not kwa nyumba ni mingi.
Okay.
I call people.
Okay.
I call people per villages and per polling station and I go and I give them. Kama wameka. Nobody has any hassle on bursary in Saboti. That one you can do a call.
Yes.
Anywhere in Saboti they'll tell you. We have the best bursary program. And it, of course it has been used as an example even at the board level. Okay. The schools have been able to have an infrastructure program where at least every school as you speak in Saboti, every, and I mean every, primary, secondary, has something written Kalebamis, commissioned by Kalebamis.
Okay.
Every. Of course, the resources can never be enough for CDF, but had I been given resources like zile za county as a national level, I could have done miracles. But within the small resources I've been given, people see tangible things. Okay. And you'll never see anywhere Caleb is mentioned in corruption in CDF for the 9 years now in parliament. Nowhere.
Okay.
And that is an example I wish that every person to have. And you see me, I don't get elected by a tribe. And I'm not a beneficiary of party mobilization. Where I come from is not an ODM zone. All my MCAs are other parties. So they elected me as an individual, not as a party. They elected me as an individual, not as a tribe. My tribe cannot even make me an MCA. They are not there. So I'm a beneficiary of non-tribal voting. Okay. And I know once you convince people that you are the right candidate, it doesn't matter your tribe, they'll vote for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Future outlook?
Future outlook, I'll request to be a MP for third term. I wanted to vie for governor, but I thought because me and Natembea, we are speaking the same language, there's no need to disturb him. So let him serve his 10 years. And of course, after my third term, I'll be presenting my candidature at the highest office.
By highest, you mean governor or president? Governor.
The highest office, you can identify yourself, which is the highest office in the land.
Sawa basi. We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
As far as your ambitions are concerned, and I like this new direction that you're taking. To be honest, I think it's a good one.
Yeah.
And we wish you all the best as well.
Thank you.
Ukitaka support kuja tuone venye tutasaidia wananchi.
Thank you very much.
Sawa. This is where we come to an end, folks, as far as this hour is concerned. Actually, we are now in the last hour, but we shall do a little bit of news, then nitawaambia guest wetu wa kipindi hiki atakuwa ni nani, lakini msiende mbali sana, habari ndio hii.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Advocate Harrison Kinyanjui, who was involved in the impeachment case of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, has faulted the court's decision upholding the removal. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Kinyanjui emphasized that the process was unprocedural, from the get-go, saying the impeachment introduced by MP Mwenge Mutuse was dead on arrival. He also called for greater public understanding of constitutional processes, saying leaders and institutions should continue providing clear explanations to the public on matters of national importance.
We were saying, look, there was absolutely no impeachment. Mutuse's own motion was dead on arrival.
Okay.
Why? Because Standing Order number 64, 5 of the National Assembly's standing orders, which allow the national members, the National Assembly members, then to sign their support to the impeachment motion. There were no less than 8 members of parliament that had withdrawn their support.
Okay.
Now that standing order says that if any person that has appended their signature to that motion withdraws their signature, then it becomes null and void.
Meanwhile, Saboti Member of Parliament Caleb Amise has questioned the basis of the impeachment of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, arguing that the process was influenced more by political numbers than by clear constitutional grounds. Amise said the ongoing debate around the impeachment continues to raise concerns about gaps in the constitution and parliamentary procedures.
And then people argue that this is a political process and it has to be, impeachment is a political process and it must just be like that, political. Then, of course, there is a process of that political process. Was it followed by the Constitution, the tenets of the Constitution? I believe that is a conundrum. In my view, is that there were no grounds to impeach Gachagua.
Okay.
It was merely that there were presence of numbers in parliament. But if you look at those grounds, then the president should not even be moving around to Finland. Because he has even more grounds.
The government yesterday officially flagged off the first batch of digital devices for junior secondary school learners under the competency-based education program. More than 10,000 smart boards and laptops are set to be distributed in the first phase of the rollout, targeting schools in the northeastern and coast regions. The initiative is aimed at strengthening digital literacy among learners and enhancing the implementation of the new curriculum through improved access to technology in classrooms. Here's outgoing basic education PS Julius Pitok.
Our objective today was really to ensure that this equipment get to our schools, because we are in the process of creating smart classrooms. All these devices will be enabling us to run our project for chemists and also to deliver content right from Nairobi.
Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it has carried out attacks targeting United States military installations in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan. The attacks were in response to earlier U.S. strikes on Iranian ports and islands near the Strait of Hormuz. In a statement reported by state media, the IRGC claimed it used drones against the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain and the Ali Al Salim base in Kuwait, and also launched a long-range missile strike on an airbase in Azraq, Jordan. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. How are you doing? If you're here for the first time, karibu tena sana. Glad that you could join us. This is Radio Generation on 88.8 FM in Nairobi. Mombasa, it's 90.7 FM. And Garissa, it's 89.5. You can follow us on our social media spaces at Radio Gen KE across TikTok, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, wherever you find your social, that's where we are. So feel free to look for us and interact. Meanwhile, in this particular hour, we want to have a conversation around the role of the Board of Management in the ongoing schools unrest. And with us is the board chair, Public Senior Boys School, that is Joyce Wamahio. Joyce, good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm quite fine. You know, when I saw the guest list for today and I saw your name, I was like, but Joyce was here when we were talking about roads and we were talking about basically regulations and the laws around that particular space. But today you're here to talk about schools.
True.
Clearly multifaceted. Unavanga kofia nyingi sana.
As a reader, you must be all round so that you can your followers can see you're accountable in terms of good leadership and good governance.
True.
Thank you.
I agree with you.
Yes.
Now, before we start talking about schools unrest, the banning and why schools are closing, perhaps we will share with you a proverb. We are in the country of Mauritius. Sitia amekuwa akitupatia methali kutoka nchi hiyo na leo wacha kupatia ya huko alafu tuambie what you think about it.
Yes, we are in the Republic of Mauritius. The proverb, a hen cannot lay eggs and hatch them at the same time.
Jesus Christ. A hen cannot lay eggs and hatch them at the same time.
Yeah.
It means that there must be some process of the laying and the hatching. We cannot have a seagull on a one time laying of the eggs and hatching. I don't know whether I'm right.
Oh, you're very right.
Thank you very much.
Kuna moja lazima itangulie nyingine. They can't happen at the same time.
True.
It starts with the one, then moves to the other.
True. Yes.
You're the board chair, Public Senior Boys School. That is a school, right?
Yes, it's a public schools.
Inapatikana wapi hiyo?
In Nyandarua County.
Nyandarua County.
Yes.
You're the board chair.
Yes, I'm the board chair.
Right. How is the school doing? Have they closed? Have they been shut down?
No. They've not. They are the best boys ever. The best boys ever. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Has there been a smell of unrest?
Not really.
Okay.
Because the Basic Education Act defines Section 53 defines who the board members are and their roles.
Yes.
And once everybody observes their reign, like what you said, you cannot hash and ray. You cannot hash and ray and hash.
Yes.
When everybody observes their own roles and responsibilities, and when those roles and responsibilities are observed, then we cannot have unrest. Of course, on this discussion, I would want us to engage a bit on the legal frameworks that are within the board, the composition of the board so that you can see where unrest are coming in, the stakeholders involvement, then the post unrest situation.
Yes.
Perhaps I could start with the authority. I could start with the legal frameworks.
Please do.
Boards of management are in public institutions are constituted at the Basic Education Act.
Yes.
This is the act that allows members of board to run the management of institution on behalf of the cabinet secretary.
Okay.
Because the principal cannot run that institution on his own or her own. So the cabinet secretary, through the county education director, appoint special persons to run any institution. Who are these persons that have been even before I go to the persons, what are the frameworks are there? So we have the Basic Education Act, we have the Public Procurement and Disposal Act, because institutions must consume.
True.
We have the labor and employment, because the board must employ subordinate staff, even any other person. We have the Sexual Offences Act. Public institutions, We have culprits who have been preying on our kids on, say, public institution for sexual abuses. So the Sexual Abuses, the Sexual Offences Act is applicable. The Children's Act, we are dealing with the persons who are below the age of 18. These are still defined in law as children. So we have several legal frameworks that should be in place in any public institution. Now, let's go to the Basic Education Act. Who are the members of the Board of Management? We have the principal of that public school as the CEO, and the principal is the secretary to the Board of Management of that institution. Why? Because the principal deals with the day-to-day affairs of that institution. So he is the CEO, he or she is the CEO of that institution. We have the Parent Association leadership, read by the Parent Association chair.
Yes.
What is the purpose? To represent the parents in that institution. Grievances that emanate from the parents are channeled to the PA chair, and then the PA chair brings on board those grievances to the board for them to be addressed. So if the grievances will not be addressed, unrest can also emanate from the parents. We have the teacher's representative in that board. What is the purpose of the teacher? We also have grievances that the teachers would want the board to address. And those, again, because the board cannot run on essence in terms of the financial management. No, it's all about managing and keeping education alive.
Okay.
Managing and keeping education alive is conjoined with so many other twins that must be put in place. The student representative, and this is the key. Bovie and Charles. Most of the institutions are closing down or are banning because the student representation in the boards of management was assumed and nobody brought them on board. For any board of management meeting, a full board meeting, there must be a student representation in the board. What is the purpose of this student? Is to bring on board issues that are affecting the students, including 1, food, 2, discipline, 3, any other issue that may come up. So the students will always air their grievances through the student leader. The student leader is elected by members, all the students. So that person sits on the board. Of course, we have other local representation. We also have the chief. What is the work of the local administration? So that the chief manages security within that location. The chief knows even who the drug dealers are from outside that institution. So if you exclude the chief into the discussions of the board of management issues, the chief is the custodian of all the rules, even including the police. So we must have the local representation in that board. Of course, we have the people with the disability. They must be represented. Now, any grievances that emanate from those stakeholders, sectors, must be brought to the board for the board not to discuss.
Yes.
If you overlook any of the grievances, then that is where we have now what we are fighting today in the school unrest.
Wow. That's quite the board, eh?
Yes.
There are very many people in that in that body.
We have about 14 people who sit in the board of management.
For example, now in the school that you are a chair, how often do you convene? How often do you meet?
The Basic Education Act stipulates that the full board must sit for 3 times in a year. We have the full board meetings and we have the executive meeting. The executive meeting board can now meet severally to discuss on now patent issues pertaining to that institution. Now, what is the work of the executive committee, the executive board? To deal, say, with the finances, to deal with the discipline issues, to deal with the procurement issues, to deal with the education issues, and even, say, security issues. So discussions from the executive committee are channeled to the full board committee to be ratified, to be amended, or to be dropped. So again, the executive board cannot operate on its own.
Yes.
Discussions must be adapted by the full board.
Yes.
And say if there are ratifications to be made, they can be ratified. Yes.
Now, for example, we've had people pointing fingers at the BOM of Utumishi girls that burnt down the other day. Are they right in pointing those fingers? And what exactly could the role be of that particular body as far as the unrest in that school was witnessed?
Of course, I do not want to speak with authority about Utumishi because the findings, the investigation, they say is still ongoing.
Yes.
But from the brief discussion that have been going on there, is that 3 sectors were excluded in the school management. One was the student leadership, the teacher leadership, and the board of management, they themselves leadership. Students, they have been complaining about inadequacies in terms of so many things, food, attention, feedback policy, student safety, etc. When the board of management was sitting, did they include the student representation in that board so that the student can come on board and say, wanafunzi wa darasa la form T, form 4T are saying this. Grade 10, one class is saying this. So that even when that discussion is brought on board, then you can address. Teachers. There was a report that some teachers were private too.
Okay.
Were private too. When those teachers were informed about that incident, we are only assuming that they were informed.
Yes.
What did they do? This, we have said the composition of the board, we must have the chief or even the police. Was that information passed to the local authority to preempt the repercussions of what happened if that information was shared? Lastly, the principal. You cannot attend those board of management meetings unless you're invited by the principal, who is the secretary to the board.
Yes.
Has the principal been communicating with the other board members? So, because again, you cannot operate on your own. There must be that flawless discussion going across all stakeholders. So there are gaps. Even before the final report on Utumishi is released, there are so many gaps that are trickling back to the ground. And the unfortunate bit, Bouviers, 16 lives were lost.
True.
So we need to preempt those discussions that on event, because I've said on the legal framework, I've said the Students Act is incorporating the board of management, that any right whatsoever, any fundamental right whatsoever of a child must be addressed. Those girls went to the teachers, told them, tunanyimwa, tunapewa, tunanyimwa. Did those teachers address, channel the same information to the principal? Did the principal channel that information to the executive board? Did the executive board communicate that information to the full board? Because the issue on Utumishi, Bovi and Charles was not a one-day business. It was a cumulative discussion until it exploded. Yes.
If you look at, now again, we have been told that about 70 plus schools have now been shut down.
Yes.
Or rather have been closed, sent students home as they figure out what the next move is.
Yes.
Again, can we still point fingers at the BOM because of the other schools that have probably started this copycat trend of, because this school has done this, pia sisi tufanye. Our neighbor wamefunga, pia sisi tunataka kwenda nyumbani. Can we still point fingers at the BOM at this point?
Everybody here, all the stakeholders are to blame. That is the general rule.
Okay.
That we still have members of, I do not want to name names, schools here, but we have adjacent schools that some of them have closed and the others are on.
True.
Within Kiabu County, no names. We've seen one, a few have gone home and others are in school. So it narrows down literally to the roles and duties of the board of management. And in those particular cases, because this morning, 89 schools have closed. It is all about the trickling down of the grievances and the hardening of the grievances and the high-handedness in the board membership in terms of dealing with issues.
Okay.
Dealing with issues. Allow me to say this. Last week on Thursday, we visited an institution, and I'm proud of that principal. We literally went to the feedback box. Charles, believe it or not, we found the feedback box is empty. The students have not been writing to the principal. Why? The principal operates an open door policy. you as the student, if you feel aggrieved by a discussion or an action whatsoever, usiende kuandika kwa feedback box. Kuja kwa ofisi yangu, I'll deal with that matter on one-on-one level. How many principals today have adopted that policy?
Open door policy.
Open door policy.
What if I really want to say something confidential and staki julikane ni mimi?
The head teacher, the principal will protect through the Children's Act.
Okay.
It has the protection clause.
Okay.
That I cannot say it is Charles who told me Buvi is wearing a maroon shirt. So there is protection. Data Protection Act is also another act that is applicable in those institutions. You cannot disclose what Muhishima said against Joyce. No. Anything discussed in this room remains to this room. So for the unrest.
Okay, finish.
For the unrest, I purely blame. All the stakeholders involved, the 14 stakeholders involved in those managing that institutions, we squarely put the blame on them.
What if my complaint, again, going back to this institution you've mentioned,
yes,
what if the blame is on that person that has an open door policy?
How does the blame land on this person with an open door policy?
No, I'm asking, what if the complaint that I have,
Yes.
see, my suggestion box is empty.
Yes.
What if I'm lodging a complaint against you, City Muga, as the principal? Do I still come to you?
You know, you're talking to me as somebody who was once a principal. Huh?
You are a principal.
Yes.
So I'm asking, if I have an issue with a principal,
Yes.
if I have an issue with you, who do I go to?
You come and tell me.
I have an issue with you.
Yes.
Na ninaogopa nikikwambia.
Let me explain.
Yes.
When you are an educator, when you are a teacher, it is not that difficult for you to communicate to your students that they can actually talk openly to you, and they will. If you are a head teacher, and let's start with the teachers. The teachers can actually come to your office and tell you what's on their mind, whether it's personal or work. The same can apply to students.
Yes.
After all, there is no school if there are no students.
Very true.
Yes, you are there because of them. It is, and with the changing times, it is not something impossible to communicate. That students can actually walk into your office and talk to you. They can.
True.
They can.
Let me give an example. Sexual harassment. City, the principal has been sexually harassing me, the student. Who do I go and report to?
The school has several levels of engagement, and the schools that are sponsored by, say, some faith-based institutions, we have chaplains in those institutions. That continuous discussion, open discussion between stakeholders, that when the board of management visits a school, you must address the students.
Yeah.
When the chaplain is conducting his business, he says, ukiwa na jambo, kuja unio. So if I feel that Charles is harassing me, I'll go to the priest. Nitamwambia, Father, this is what is happening. 2.
Yes.
When we operate that open door policy, the principal, I'm not saying that the principal should go to sit in the DNH. We have seen principals of successive institutions. They take what that kid is sitting in the plate of, he lines up in the DH, corrects his plate of githeri, sits in the midst of boys. They open, a conference. When nini nakusubua, my parent did not come. When nini nakusubua, you know, that kind of fatherly approach, motherly approach. So even if a teacher is sexually abusing you, mwalimu nataka kukuja kwa ofisi yako nikuone, come. You see, this is a person who's been taught on psychological issues.
Yes.
He can handle psychological issues. He can handle academic issues. So that mere mention of can I come to your office, it raises some red flag. Who hataki kusema ni nini namsubua. It is not the shirt because the shirt is dirty. Something else. And this is what has always happened. When you go to discuss, there's that fatherly advice. In terms of even say the boys have been let down in so many externally. So you know you want to create a safe haven for the boys to come to you as the father figure of that institution. For the 90 days, they are away from school, they are away from their parents. Buvi.
Yes.
The school-going kids are not more on the care of their parents. for information. They are more on the care of the teachers. So in essence, they board more with either the teachers or the principals. And no wonder even the offenders can capitalize on the boldness between the students and the teachers. Huyu amekuja amenambia hana sanitary pads. Nini nimefanya, nimeshukua 50 ama zenye ziko kwa store nimemtorea. So that crossness can be used positively or negatively. Of course, we cannot miss, even for the student unrest, the political distractions we've had. Yesterday night, we had very sweet news that came through for the education sector.
Yes.
The transferring of the PS of education. And you know he was bad for business. When you visited Utumishi, what did he say in public? Because I want to be quoted movie. Wanafunzi wakilalamika, and he said in language, in bold. Wanafunzi wakilalamika waseme wanataka kwenda nyumbani, msiwaruhusu. Now, these are kids. These are 18s. These are grade 10 who are used of their mothers always within the kitchen from 5 p.m. to say 9 in the evening. They give you a feedback. Marim, we want to go home. Why should you not release those boys to go home? Why? Why don't you preempt the burning of a whole floor costing 3 million on a single count of allowing the boys to go home for even a single day or 2 days? Are we getting it? So when the PS, the former PS education, made those political statements, we had one on on Saturday who said, close the school canteen. That is where matchboxes are
sold. Yes, I heard that.
That was a very careless statement. Careless.
Surely.
Careless.
If we want to buy matchsticks, we will buy them.
Yes.
Do you think it is any less careless than members of parliament who said that you should ban all boarding schools? And I'm thinking, what are these people talking about?
This is it. Look at even Mirema himself, a member of parliament. From what did he say? Close all the boarding schools. Buvi. Do you think Kenya has education institutions to accommodate all students in terms of day schools? Do you think? So when you open the discussion on close all the boarding schools, it opens another discussion. The Ministry of Education has failed even to release capitation fees. Do you think they'll build all the schools to turn them into day schools? How many students can fit even in my rural village, or even in your rural village, or even in cities? So some careless political statements that are being made by politicians are the ones that are bringing unrest. And this is a policy.
Yes.
That never turn a school compound into a political rally ground. Usirete mambo ya 1 term and 2 term ndani ya compound ya shule. You can discuss those on the roadsides, but within the school compound, don't bring political statements.
There's a preacher who was blaming parents, saying that parents are the ones who are taking murderers to school, and she was saying that it is the responsibility of schools to educate, but the responsibility of parents to parent.
Actually, that particular person was absolutely wrong.
Wrong.
So alikuwa anasema
absolutely there's no
and careless statement.
Alikuwa anasema tukipeleka sisi wazazi tukipeleka watoto wetu shule, we are the ones who should have parented them on mambo ya nidhamu, respect and all that, because once they get there and they ban the school, that is not really a fault necessarily of the school. And she was actually saying that why didn't they, when you disagree with them in the house, when you disagree with your son or your daughter in the house, mbona achomangi bedroom yake?
Paul, in your house there is no peer pressure.
Yes.
You don't have a kamkunji to form.
No.
In school, they have peers, and within those peer groups they are leaders.
Yes.
Paul, as a teacher, you are there. Let me use the Latin term for it. In loco parentis. You are there instead of the parent. As a parent as well. Teachers don't just teach, they parent.
They are parents.
Yes.
Look at it even this way, Buvi.
Yes.
The student leave the parent house at 6 in the morning. Charles. They stay the whole day in school until 6 in the evening. They are given homework. So between 7 to 8, they are addressing their homework. you're busy cooking. Then at 9 they should be asleep. So you have 1 hour to discuss.
One.
So who has the majority, the bulk of the time? Is it the parent or the teacher, CT? Who has?
The teacher.
How many days in the term are students within the parent, scope and within the school scope? If you look into our school setup, that first time we crossed for about like 3 weeks. How many days are there in 3 weeks?
21.
15, say even 21. How many days do they stay in school?
90 plus.
So who has, even when the speaker was, when that preacher was talking, like she did not have her facts. Who has more time with our kids? Are they the parents or the teachers? So in essence, our teachers are the best parents. God has blessed Kenya with the best parents in terms of teachers, because they mold those boys, they discuss with those boys and girls, they freely communicate. Mtoto sahi ukimtuma kwa CT, CT atatoa ile respect aweke hapa kwa mapua, ana address mtoto. And you know you raise the voice because you know you are the father. You provide the school fees. You know even CT will emulate. I provided the school fees until they figure 10. But when you go to the teacher, I've had experiences, a wrong time experiences with superhuman beings called the teachers. They have all the time under the sun. Look at the CBC model of the CBE model of teaching.
Yes.
As early as grade 6, something that should shock you. They know how to cook. The teacher in the CBE class of class 6, anawabia, I want you to give me your own menu. This is standard 6, I mean grade 6. You cook, na munirete. You know that freedom. Mpeleke kijana wake wa CT kwa nyumba. Asikia the grade 6 anakuja kumpikia kuon. CT will bring issues. Because haoni the capabilities of that kid. So our dominance, our domineering attitudes as parents.
Yes.
Nobody addresses. Buvi, we do not have an institution that teaches us as parents how to live with our kids. They are our kids. Let me tell you, they are coming for midterm on 20th of June. Most parents will be away for that whole week. They will say, I have a monster in this house. One.
Actually, yes.
They overeat. Na mzazi hajazoea maisha ya kid overeating. They have their own rules. Mzazi, city is not used to being given instructions. They give us instructions. So even us as parents,
yes,
when we have an opportunity, like this opportunity, to talk even to our parents, let us moderate our discussion with these Kenyans. Because these are Kenyans, wakitoka shule, they've been told their students right. Usiniogereshe kwa sauti. Usiniteteshe, usinikerereshe. They've been told in schools they are not caning, because in the education sector hakuna ya kushukua kiboko. So na CT pale anashukua kiboko, anakwambia nitakupeleka police station, mwalimu aliniambia. So we need even the parents, somebody to address the parents on how to live with their own DNAs.
I like that. You're right. And you see that whole issue of I am living with a monster.
Yes.
I know of parents, the moment shule zinafungwa hivi, they literally start lamenting.
Yes.
And even on social media you will see, yes, oh wanakula sana, oh mara they are doing this, oh mara they are skiing, oh mara they are on the phone, oh mara they are on the tablet, computer and all this.
Yes.
Parents are actually complaining, and I have this feeling that perhaps they do not know how to parent their own DNA, like you've said.
Actually, yes and no. You see, let's go back to the school, and the management of the school and the role that entire structure has.
Yeah.
When a head teacher has an open door policy, it means even the teachers can walk in as they see fit.
Yes.
If teachers are free to talk to the head teacher, it means it's a culture that is developed in that school.
Yes.
There's a question you asked about if you have a situation where it's a headmaster who's the culprit.
Yes.
There are teachers, and in literally every school, even if it's a boys' school or a mixed school, there'll be lady teachers. Those girls will go to a lady teacher and say, madam, hii ndio shida tuko nayo. If that school has a chaplain, they'll talk to the chaplain. There's always someone that they can talk with or talk to.
Yes.
But I'm addressing the issue of leadership and how important it is. If there's cohesion between the head teacher and his board, there'll be cohesion between the head teacher and the staff.
Yes.
And it'll carry on to the students. And the students can read that these people get along. They can read.
This is it.
If there's discordance, they'll exploit it.
Yes.
Because they will know
the weak point.
Yes,
the weak point.
So and so doesn't get along with so and so. So and so equal hivi na hivi. Paul, the issue of running a school has to do with the issue of understanding your students. One of the things that you do as an educator, apart from knowing the students by name, you get to understand them by character and personality,
Yes.
That takes time and interest. So if there isn't that cohesion, the attention that is required to give to a growing adolescent, because a modern day adolescent requires a heck of a lot of attention.
True.
It will be absent. And if it is absent, you will miss very many telling signs when something is actually wrong.
Yeah, true.
And if the adolescent feels or thinks and understands that you are not interested in what they have to say or in them, they will not come to you and they will keep away from you. So whatever it is they're fermenting, you will never know.
Yes.
On the other hand, if they feel you're approachable, they will talk to you. And those people can talk.
Yes.
And they can tell you things.
Yes.
But they need to feel you are somebody who is interested in them.
I'll even trust them. We are trusted.
Somebody they can trust.
Yes.
Now, you only need to consider from a very young age, Paul, even when you went to school, because we tend to forget what we're like as students.
Yes.
Okay? The moment you entered the school system, the only time you disagree with your parents and you would say, teacher said.
Yes.
Your parents will say, no, mommy, teacher said.
Yes.
What the teacher said is what you're going to quote.
It's the gospel.
It tells you the relationship between the teacher and the students was already formed.
Yes.
And the student related in a certain way with their teacher. There's somebody they looked up to. Remember, the teacher is introducing you to a whole new world. And you're amazed at this world. So this person is somebody you hold in high esteem.
Yes.
Now, part of the problem is this regard that the educator had has been lost somewhere.
Okay.
Now that's where the society comes in. And when you talk about blame, if we're talking about blame, believe me, you can apportion blame anywhere and everywhere. My favorite position on this one is always that the importance and the seriousness with which we ought to place the education system and the educator, and the position we ought to give these individuals or these citizens, given the important role they play in this country, is diminished.
Yes.
We value and appreciate and give exceptional presence to other professions other than
the teaching.
Yes. And yet that is where everybody and in every profession comes from. If this particular profession was valued, in the way our members of parliament value themselves, the quality of students would reflect on the quality of teachers that we have.
Yes.
I want to read a few comments here. Actually, one. Mohammed Murunga is asking, how come we never hear of school arson cases in TZ or UG? Is there something we can learn from our neighbors, or is it that their cases are just not being reported? Okay, so in terms of burning, we haven't had. They might be underreported, or at least, maybe they haven't happened in the recent past. But for example, in Tanzania, there's a time the students went on rampage, but this is kitambo tena sana. Ai ni kitambo sana. It happened in, I think, 2020, and they were just protesting, demanding for their rights. In Uganda, I have just checked that there are a few incidences because of this year. Kumi and Kiruhura districts, there are some schools from Kumi Technical School and Mburo Secondary School staged violent strikes over grievances such as insufficient food. And then in Kaboko municipality, again, April of this year, the first one was also April, but in Kaboko, kuna tensions and clashes involving students from Nyangilia Secondary School and Nyarilo Secondary School and Daystar Secondary School, which led to a lot of property destruction. Alafu kuna national teacher strikes alongside students strikes, but those are in Uganda. Uganda ndio more or less ni kama Kenya, wako very violent.
Yes. Rick, the last comment that you've read,
yes,
it is based on food, whether geographically, whether Tanzania, UG, or Kenya or otherwise.
Yes,
it is based on grievances not addressed. So if we address the grievances therein, whether the strike is in Iran, whether the strike is in Iraq, or even America, or where elsewhere, if we address, then there will be no unrest. City has well enumerated the same, that our parliamentarians are not dealing with the core issues. When Muhesh goes to parliament, it's not about his own welfare. And then the 2-term and the 1-term. I want to say categorically that capitations for schools have not been adequately released since, like, say, 2021. Where else do you expect parents or even teachers to, how do you expect them to manage the institutions? You cannot increase school fees without authority. We saw a principal of a certain school in Kiabu who was interdicted and was interdicted because of
school fees,
because of addressing and increasing on his school fees. On one hand, the government says that it's providing education, quality education with the capitation. On the other side, it's not releasing capitation fees. The parents have a capitation that you can only pay for, say, the extra provincial schools. You can pay up to 40,000. The demands for these kids, because I pity even the principals where they are coming from. You do not have money to provide for food. The government has not released the capitation. If you go back to city and tell him, I want you to increase from 40,000 to 45,000, he'll be in the streets. He'll go to Jogo and report you that movie said the following. The next minute is we have a transfer letter for you. How have we circumvented that discussion? Call the stakeholders, tell them the real issues. Capitation has not been released. The suppliers are taking us to the banks. I mean to the auctioneers. We saw a school in Nyadaro County that the auctioneers went and attached the school bus. Services were delivered. No payments of the consultation fee were paid. So what was the option? Was to attach, engage the stakeholders, tell them this is the position that we have. We do not have funds. Your boys are eating and eating seriously because it is sustaining it. How do we address the same?
Yes.
Can we, through the parent representation, instead increase the food, the food, make an allowance for food? So instead of eating 10 kgs of rice per day, can we increase to 15? In the last comment you've said, it is about food. Boys and girls, the first discussion is about food. Particularly something called bread.
Yes.
Listen to them. They say, give us bread 2 times in the week. Don't tell them no. Your parents, I'm going to communicate this discussion to your parents. And let me tell you, Buvi.
Yes.
I've come from where parents are supportive. Even parents in Kenya are supportive. They'll visit the school, they'll see a pothole where the Ministry of Education do not give capitation fee for repairs. They'll tell the teacher, Marim, because ni watoto wetu wanakaa hapa, sisi tutagharimika tiles. Communicate with the stakeholders. When you communicate with the parents, watoto weni ile chakula tunawapatia ni githeri na boga peke yake for a whole week. Na watoto wenu tunaona wataenda kwa mgomo. Tufanye aje? Let me tell you, Buvi.
Yes.
We've just read. You've said parents think that these boys are monsters. Wakikuja kwa nyumba, they are going to overeat. So what do we do instead of now coming for them for coming 2 weeks and another 3 weeks? Mwalimu, ni pesa gapi kuongezea kilo 5 ya mchele? Ni shilingi 200 kwa mzazi. We can manage, the board of management can manage the school crisis in this country through listening to each other. Talking with each other, addressing those basic and core issues. For the parents of Utumishi, the whole floor was burnt down. Quotation has not been made. When some were reporting there was like about 30,000. Buvi, what is more economical? Adding 1,000 shillings towards your boy's kitty for one term or paying 30,000? What is more economical, city? Let us be logical in our way of thinking. Let us address the real issues. Let us not also mystify the issue of the principal. Ni principal anakula pesa. Hapana. Ni watoto wetu wanatumia hizo pesa.
Unajua, on that issue of chakula, I honestly didn't know venye watu especially secondary school venye wanakulanga. I used to see my brothers when they come home, because I'm the last born. I used to see them coming home, wanabonda mkate na shanga. Hey! How? Until I got there. Then sasa mimi ndio nilikuwa na bonda hiyo mkate. So on this issue of chakula, by the way, if you don't feed students well at a concentration in classes, you're not going to, people won't listen.
Yes.
I remember during lunchtime tulikuwa ikifika 5 minutes to lunchtime, tulikuwa tunaanza kuangusha vijiko ndio mwalimu ajipatie shughuli atoke tuanze kwenda kwa dining hall.
Yes.
And food is very critical in school.
Yes.
And people need to remember that in case they have forgotten. Now, on the issue of chaos, I can't remember if it's the PS or someone else who said, but I think it's the PS, where he said that the chaos that is being witnessed, especially kwa maandamano, whether it's students, not student, but Gen Z Unrest, you remember in 2024, 2025, akasema hiyo na ile sufuria revolution, akasema hizo ndizo zinafanya wanafunzi pia waanze kukua rebellious in school. You're a BOM chair. You tell us, how is there some modicum of truth in that?
Yes and no. We went back to the composition of the BOM. And it was not about the external factors. It was the internal factors.
Yes.
The internal factors. Mwanafunzi akiingia kwa gate ya shule, this is the school motto, there are the visions and missions, the various etc. It's all about keeping education alive. When you receive your letter of appointment as a board member in that institution, it's all about the CS gives you authority to keep education alive, not politics alive. So if you keep education alive, what are these factors that we are going to incorporate so that education is kept alive internally? That one, food is adequate, not external. This is internal. That discipline is observed. There's no rude talking to each other. There's the dressing up. If it's the blue shirt, it's blue shirt. You dress, no Crocs. Discipline must be observed. Communication must be open, either to the students, to the parents, to the director of education, to the sub-county, to everybody, to all the stakeholders. If you observe within the mandates and the scopes of what you've been asked to do, then there will be no unrest. But of course, they're on TV, they can see the Gen Z's band, they can see my mother. Because some of us, we even don't, when you are going for Madamano, we don't put our mask on. We show, and even we go city and akuliza, hey, what do you think? one time. The image that we protect to our kids. So even some kids, like, they just want to go on stage because niliona mama yangu akisema one time akarol kwa barabara, I don't want to roll, that peer. So even when they come back from home,
yes,
wariona in their TVs, because we cannot, of course in schools, you restrict a lot of external information coming in. But for the 3 weeks they come, they're seeing a lot of things. Okay. So when they come to school, can you try to encourage education activities more of internally than externally? Even when those issues arise, Madamano, try to give them engagement. Co-curricular activities. Watch our head for all those activities. When you positively engage these students, football, rugby, music, name it, anything. When these boys are overused, let me tell you, Buvi, they will not have time for the Gen Zs. Watch our head. Rastri. What we have in the Gen Zs on the street, literally, is cumulative pressure.
Okay.
cumulative pressure. My rights were abused in primary school. My rights were abused and not addressed in secondary school. I went to the university, So literally is a venting ground. But when we address those issues and they are not vented upon negatively but positively,
yes,
then we have a good culture. Even for the leaders that we're having tomorrow, if the foundation is right, we will not have a negative impact in this society.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nuru saying our Kenyan society is too chaotic compared to our neighbors. Too much freedom without responsibility is our undoing. Unfortunately, we might never reverse the situation. Someone will always run to court.
Is there really anything like too much freedom?
I don't know.
I don't think there's too much freedom. There's no more too much freedom.
No.
No.
Sorry.
See, freedom comes with responsibilities,
and a cost also.
Yes,
and a cost.
It's so. There's no people talk about it being too much. There's no point when it is too much, really.
There's a Gishilavula. Amesema we are over reasoning. We all know how and who should lead institutions and organizations. Corruption and nepotism are the basis of all our evils. Our justice system is weak at punishing offenders. Kevin Scout anasema have an alternative condensed schedule system that packs core academic subjects into efficient half-day morning blocks, freeing up afternoons and every Friday. Sasa. All right. Microwave is saying, I am not Kenyan, by the way. Microwave had given us a comment here earlier on, but I think I have lost it. But yeah, sawa. We have come to the end.
Yes.
Maybe you can give us your parting shot.
The runner safety when you're still on the education. Most of these students do not know of their safety, how to address on their safety during the material day of the unrest. We saw in Utumishi students jumping to their death. Not all the students who died in Utumishi died as a result of burns. It is because they jumped through the window, they landed badly on the ground. So the board of management, do you engage students on your drills? Like, let me give us a very simple example. If you have a storage dormitory, we need to engage the students on runner safety. Pull when there is that scream, fire. Push the beds towards the window, because these days, we have 3 doors in one dormitory. The windows are not grilled, they are open. Push the bed towards the window. Remove your bed sheets. You all have bed sheets. Tie knots. Throw the mattresses down the window.
Okay.
For your adding. Then drop the bed sheet. Tying and tying the bed sheets, the knots, and tying through the wheel can only take like 2 minutes. Start dropping systematically.
Use them as ropes.
Of course, we are not going to use ropes in the dormitory because of the hanging issue. But we can use what we have in the schools as runner safety measures. So today, I want to close a parting shot. The boardings, the BOMs that have not tackled and addressed issues of runner safety, kindly do drills. For the fire extinguishers, how many students know how to use the fire extinguishers inside the bed? It means inside the dormitory. Can you use mattresses thrown as riding grounds so that you do not even break your eggs, even if you are going to break? Look at what happened at one school in Nairobi. The girls tied the bed sheets very, very fast.
Okay.
They started using them. So you'll minimize the casualty, and perhaps even instead of the 16 deaths we have in Utumishi, perhaps we could be having people in the wards because of minor burns. So to me, the parting shot today is for the board of management exclusively. Kenya has given you mandate to operate the education sector. Take responsibility seriously. Go back to the drawing board. Communicate and also listen. Listen to the grievances and act on the grievances ASAP. Immediately. Don't wait.
All right.
Thank
you so much, Joyce Wamahio, HSC, for for gracing us once again.
Thank you so much.
Umesema kuna kitu kingine inafanyika kwa mabarabara?
Ndio, inakuja.
Ukipata nafasi njoo tuongee.
Kabisa.
Sawa.
Thank you so much.
Folks, here is where we come to an end. Tomorrow morning, we shall do this again from 6 a.m. So be sure to tune in. Right now, though, here's the news.